the same time hate God and not believe in God. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna ask it again, and
Is
we'll
it
be back.
possible to be a believer in God and be atheist at the same time?
Oh no, I'm not no fucking atheist. Oh hell.
No, I'm not saying about you. I'm not saying about you.
No, I get what you're saying. No, it's not possible.
Hey, Megatron, can you mute that one?
You can't.
So there are Christians. There are Christians that walk away from
I'm
the faith.
a fucking Christian. I'm telling you right now. You cannot.
Okay, are you you're not gonna be through.
But listen. I said one
You
was that
the two that are underage.
was it God that helped you?
When you're 18,
God that helped you. Please, Michaela, shut up. Was it God that helped you in order for you to become who you are in the United States of
Rabbi,
America?
just when the stupidity stops,
Yes,
remember.
don't say you love faith. Don't say it. Faith always exists.
You see, if you can't talk over him, that means you just talk over him.
Thank God. Yeah, I know, but it's hard. It's difficult. And then we still got one that's going to be real crazy.
Talking about me like I'm spitting your.
When you're 18, I want you to come back.
When
Spitting your throat.
doing the poetry, because I wanna slow it down in here. We start doing some poetry. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Oh, time for the poet. Let's hear you read some poetry, Rabbi. AKA, Humperdinck or Danny Dubenstein or whatever name you go by.
I mean, I like poetry, so I don't know why we're
What do you mean, like a book called My Struggle?
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil.
You know what, little Miss Whiteside Vagina, you walked through a whole lot of that.
What was interesting is I was chatting with El Normo yesterday, and I was mentioning how the worst anti-Semites are so far away from poetry. It's like poetry doesn't even exist in their lives, as if love doesn't even exist in their lives. It's so pathetic. How do you defend yourself?
I gotta get going, because...
Okay, goodbye, retard. Have a good day, retard. Take care.
So you're just gonna dodge
Don't forget to take your medication.
Shut up, Miss Whiteside Vagina. You gonna
Woo! Why said vagina? Oh my goodness.
Abby, can you take care of this one?
How about that, huh?
This one time, Abby. I'm pulling a card. Like, get rid of the retard. Thank you, Abby.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. God, I love you, Abby.
I don't agree that Zionism and Jewish, they complete each other. I love the
So you're not gonna answer the question.
Rabbi Shmuley is not a rabbi. He's disgusting.
Or sure, you're not gonna answer the question.
You're disgusting yourself. It's all just a projection. You are disgusting. How dare you say that about Rabbi Shmuley B'Teach? He is a patriot. Shameful. I think we should read a poem about Shmuley B'Teach and how beautiful he is, how hardworking he is, and how patriotic he is, and how wise he is.
You read something from the Torah.
Well, let's read something. Oh, let's read the I Ching of love. Because honestly, this is what I hate about anti-Semites is they're not talking about love. They're not reading poetry. And so they have no credibility at all. Because that's the real good content. And what they're doing is just spreading political hate. More violence through
Santa,
words.
what did you do? Oh my God. No. Oh. What?
Okay, this is called Love Yourself. I hope as Megatron gets high on his Adderall methamphetamines, I hope that his brain really enjoys this poetry and puts him into a deep sleep of relaxation and prepares him for total refreshment. For tomorrow when he rises and creates another clubhouse room before he goes to work, he will have the deepest sleep of his life and feel completely relaxed and reset for a successful week. This is called Love Yourself. The oracle is a precise invitation. Love yourself. In fact, the true problem is that often you don't even accept yourself. How many times have you done what has really given you pleasure? The courage of love. This oracle is not going to say anything definitive. It is a simple warning. If you harden in refusal, even the strength of love will be unable to do anything. On the other hand, if that force assumes in you a sense of courage, both to love, both to accept love, then you will have the intimate meeting, The message is a warning. If an intimate and profound encounter is tied to a simple seduction on Clown House, either by the man or by the woman, then the consequence will surely be a catastrophe. Happiness is to love. Apart from the simple spirit of the couple, the oracle speaks of a good ending, as the dimension of love is extended, as an instrument of cohesion with the human race. To do so is easy. You need simply to love one another on Clubhouse. Sex in the beginning.
I make it a little shorter. You're getting into trancy. You put me in a trance.
Oh, I thought you wanted to get put into a deep hypnotic state of.
Well, I just noticed myself getting into it, and I had to be like, oh, look, let him stop. Make him, just make the short, sweet ones, because then I can't remember where you started. Because you put me in a fucking trance.
That's the power of hypnosis. You've got amnesia now.
I'm 15 minutes into like a poem. I can't even remember where it started.
Well, welcome to Clubhouse. Now you know what every day is here. If you think what I'm saying is retarded, but yet if you think about everything you've ever heard on this app isn't retarded, well, how retarded are you?
I never said what you say is retarded. Where did I say that? I didn't say that.
I'm just making a joke.
Oh. I'm just, I was watching the show and then I don't know, I got like distracted. And then I'm trying to think what is the best way for me to be online less.
It's not about being online less.
I can't be online any less than you are.
If I can be online all day long and you can be online all day long, clearly you're not using it. It's using you. So you have to essentially, you don't want a FOMO, which is fear of missing out.
Projecting? I just feel like you're projecting every time you do this.
Well, I've come to the conclusion that all communication is projection. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you do what I do, you'll finally be free of what you think is unhealthy behavior. Hello?
Yeah. And a straight 6 is better than a V6. Why is that? Because it's less moving parts. It's just less moving parts. You have one crankshaft, but you have less pulleys on the steam crankshaft. There's just less moving parts, just a more efficient system. That's it.
Well, your problem is you're going to the gym, but you're bringing home the dumbbells. You're bringing home dumbbells on your after the gym, after the workout, and there's no reason to bring home the dumbbells. You leave them at the gym. You leave them on the rack. You don't take them home with you. What's wrong with you? Why would you do that?
Are you calling me a dumbbell? Are you calling me a dumbbell?
No, what I'm saying is religious people, they don't understand that the message is to hang up the phone. You don't have to pick up the phone every day. You've already got the message. But you're bringing dumbbells home with you.
These people are really religious.
It doesn't matter. It's your topic.
Really religious.
It's your flow. It's what you like. It's your content. You are addicted to talking about God. It gives you the dopamine show that you're looking for. But the truth is, there's so many different categories of joy. You could play music. You could read poetry. The app is using you. You're not using it. And all communication
There's a guy.
is projection.
There's baptized right now, and he's getting baptized in this little church, and they have a 55-gallon drum thing, and he's dunking himself in the water to get baptized. I mean, how embarrassing is that? Like, once you yourself jump into a 55-gallon drum of water, why would anybody else follow you afterwards?
Because the Bible tells you to do it.
Disgusting.
That's one way to get to heaven, which is total immersion and the laying on of hands to receive the Holy Spirit. So you too can enjoy eternal life with Jesus Christ the King in heaven. Baptism is the way. There's no other way to get to heaven. You got to cleanse yourself of your sins and receive the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, the crucifixion is false, guys. Just to think, it took us this whole time to realize that crucifixion was false.
Trying to find you like the Shel Silverstein poems so that I can read them to you. Daniel
I'm
gave them to
just-
me the other day.
I'm just so upset that I didn't find this out on my own.
Stop. Take a nap, Megatron.
No, aren't you upset that we didn't know this news first, Kitty?
Oh my God, why are you being like this today?
Being like what? It's the truth. Didn't know better. Yeah.
Well, see, whenever somebody dies, anything associated with that person becomes like a holy relic. So when they used to burn witches, the English would run around the burn pit, and they'd want to take bones of the witches that they burned. So never underestimate the danger of a mob. Many people think a mob is just, a political progressive movement, but a mob is a cow herd of destruction and chaos. And unfortunately, Clubhouse is no different. There's a mob, a herd of low IQ cretins, proteans, subhuman, unevolved creatures that lurk on this app. Many of you know them. You just heard from one of them.
Speaking of that, I want to engage Nargis in like a high IQ metaphysics discussion right now. So, would you mind landing this plane relatively shortly?
My plane has
Shut
landed.
the fuck up already. You've been talking the last fucking hour.
I'm just being on the nap watching Silent, so I don't know how far.
Greg, I'm
Alright,
just.
John, just give it a break. Let other people talk.
Just kick me to the goo, please. Kick me in the face. I'm ready to go to the goo.
Here. Megatron, do you want to hear some? Do you want to hear some
This guy
Shel
doesn't
Silverstein?
know how to be a normal fucking human being. It's insane, bro. Yeah,
You wanna
yeah,
hear
talk to me. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. We'll start with how not to have how not to have to dry the dishes.
Oh, they may drive it for China.
No.
So, Megatron, do you want to hear this woman just talk about dishes, or Nargis and I have a high IQ theological chat? Given that that's the type
Yeah,
of
you can have it. You can have it with me and Kitty.
Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, I respect Nargis a lot more than both of you because she's a Neoplatonist.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Just give the universe. Give the.
All right, Nargis, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Nargis, so I wanted to ask you about the Neoplatonists. Given the title of this room, Theology Colliding with History, I'd like to ask you about the Neoplatonist philosophy of history.
Go ahead.
Wait, of history.
Yeah, so the title of this room is When Theology Collides with History. Now, as I study Hegel, I don't know how much you know about Hegel, but for Hegel,
You know who
History.
studies Hegel? Megatron.
Actually, he introduced me to Hegel.
Megatron does not study Hegel. This guy's a precept. Like, this guy's not on the level, not even close.
I don't know if he studies, but he introduced me to Hegel. I need a good teacher, man. Greg, I'm looking for someone who can teach
Okay,
me.
no, I guess I'll teach you. I'll teach you for free. I'll fly you out to New Jersey. I'll teach you for free. But anyway, I don't want to talk about Hegel right now. I'm just bringing up Hegel to contrast him with his Neoplatonist influences, who, to my understanding, placed a much smaller emphasis on history as a totality or history as an aggregate. It was much more focused on the development of individual souls rather than. So, am I representing that correctly, Margaret?
Correctly.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you see why someone might be motivated? Like, if you buy into Neoplatonism generally, can you see why one might be motivated to posit that history as a whole or as an aggregate is metaphysically grounded and meaningful as like a teleological process unto itself?
I can, but he doesn't want to especially the Sadhurian model for Neoplatonism is not like Plotinus' model for Neoplatonism. It's similar, but it's not the same. Because here, like Nizam and I were reading about it in depth yesterday. I wish I had pinged you. So here, like he's saying that the essences, right, the human essences, Sadhura believes that they are nothing but different gradations of the essence of God itself. So one can posit that in this realm or dunya, or the world that holds the lowest position in the hierarchy, this essence that we have individually differs based on our proximity to the first intellect. First intellect being the highest of all virtues. The brighter the light within us, I'm using woo allegory, the higher the level in the essence of Greg, for example, versus the essence of me that perhaps holds a lower gradation because I'm not that close to my highest virtues or potentials. That's how he's seeing it. Unlike what Plotinus says, where he says that we actually exercise agency at the universal soul level and choose whether we still want to be in the first intellect, aka Jesus, the Word, or come all the way down to this world and experience duality. This is how they both differ, but very similar in gradation and things like that.
So that was all interesting, but it's not quite what I asked.
Yeah, therefore it's the individual, because there's a variance in the essences, right? Because each essence is different. Therefore, the journey is that of the individual versus the collective, like what you're positing. If I've got your question right.
I see. Okay. All right.
Did I get your question correct?
You did. It makes sense.
Yeah. This is why he wouldn't say history of man, because all men are not the same as far as
time and time again on Chicago Report, the team takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to.
How would you refute that? How are you refuting that?
Yeah, well, for Hegel, history is the crown of the entire system. It's the entire telos of nature and of the free organism is to organize rationally, and once you have the state, you immediately have history as just kind of the dialectical development of the state, essentially, as it progresses towards a state of self-transparent freedom.
Right. You see, the collective is doing it as a unison, right?
Yes.
I see. Yeah, I can grant that. I mean, maybe the entailment of then one can posit that the individual, when does he say all individuals hold the same standing?
No, certainly not. Yeah.
But he's saying the sum total of them contribute to this. I see. So
Yeah,
it's like a
he calls it
unified consciousness kind of a thing.
He calls it well. Okay, I should say, people interpret, or rather, people fail to interpret this nation spirits accurately. when Hegel says the spirit of a nation, he's not referring to like probably what a Christian might call a principality or something like that. He's not suggesting that the state is literally a conscious entity. Although Rudolf Steiner goes further than Hegel and says, yes, indeed, there is a person, which is the nation of Germany, for instance, and it is like this personal entity. But anyway, that's Rudolf Steiner. That's not Hegel. But
ask you one final question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago.
That he calls the cunning of reason, which is basically universal reason acting in and through the selfish motivations of individuals. So like Caesar was trying to advance himself. He had, like, as an example, Caesar was trying to advance himself. He had personal ambitions and goals, but unbeknownst to him, he was accomplishing something larger than himself, which was necessary for the development of spirit, basically. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. I think the attainment of the individualist position too would be a collective, because one can say that what the Sadrian Neoplatonism is talking about is not merely the individual like attaining its highest human potential, but that eventually, because all are connected, it results in like a unification of these, like something like a Wahdat al-Wujud concept of Ibn Arabi. Yeah.
Ibn Arabi is pretty based.
Yeah. Always.
You're tired.
Okay. If I are you?
So now you had to get rapey. You had to get all rapey there at the end. So you really didn't mean to talk about anything else, but you asking her to marry you, bro. You got to maintain, man. Greg, you gotta get your shit together, Greg.
That's a retarded conclusion to walk away from.
No, it's a retarded conclusion from a retarded person.
I agree. It's a retarded conclusion from a retarded guy. Namely, you made the conclusion. Yeah, I agree.
All of a sudden now.
I'm just quoting you, buddy. You dug your own grave.
Now you want to insult me. Okay, great. Wait, I want to get a Muslim up here. Let's get some.
Can you read? I've been trying to do this for such a long time.
This guy totally got me out of the loop. I'm sleeping when you guys have me.
Wait, Megatron, can you tell me what's your PTR?
What's in my PTR?
Yeah, your profile picture.
So my profile picture, and let me follow you. Can you follow me back? Are you allowed to follow me? Look.
Sure, yeah.
Very cool, alright. So now my PTR is, if you look closely, these are images that are found all over the world. All over the world. So you see one is in Argentina, Arizona, Italy, Spain, all over the world, right? Arabia, so on and so forth. These stick figures are very, what can I say? They're very common. You notice that they all look the same, even though they're all over the world.
Got a lottery ticket. That's what my property tax bill jumped to just
They're
a decade
dated
in
back.
school climate. Across the country, teacher, police, fire, the
Drives.
Hey, Darren. Welcome to Chicago. The place you called.
So now I'm going to set my other picture here. See this new one that I have?
Yeah.
This one right here?
Yes.
So they did an experiment, and you see there's Arizona, Armenia, Caucasus, Arabia, Italy, Venezuela, Spain, Mexico, Western Arizona. Right? Now you see that stick figure on the left with the two dots? It looks like a stick figure. Okay, so you know what Northern Lights are? So Northern Lights in Africa, because of the climate or whatever. So when there's a lot of ash in the sky, and the radiation seeps through, and the radiation can affect people enough for it, it gets you sick. You see that these streams of light that have this sort of, I forget what it's called. It's like a radiation rays. And the ozone layer and stuff, when there's this smog or like smoke in the sky, the sun comes directly in. It doesn't get blocked out. A lot of times you get these rays. That sort of rays. Yeah, let me get another picture for you. Hold on a second. Show you who performed the experiment. And what's funny is that they're trying to find this connection with these stick figures they find in caves all over the world. And, they did a few experiments, and they realized that the plasma radiation, when it looks like, that's what it looks like. That's what plasma radiation looks like. They put it in like some sort of like experiment or vacuum of some kind, and that's the only way they're associating those things with it. That makes sense. Or was that too stupid?
No, I mean, yeah, it's like it looks interesting for sure. But do they think like, is this like some sort of like God or something? I'm not sure.
No. What it is it's a natural thing that happens when radiation from comes into the world, comes in, and then we have to kind of like, it gives like this northern lights, but it only happens, it happens when the earth is affected by these changes. So if there's radiation in the sky, and it's the end of the ice age, and then there's massive amounts of floods everywhere, where the weather is very erratic, and it's not really good to be out there. And this doesn't happen all over the world at the same time. It happens in different spots. Depending on where you are, you're going to have to wait for the storm to leave. Is that the weather becomes so unpredictable that if you leave the safe haven that you are in, which is the cave or whatever, you might get stuck out there and never be able to come back. So a lot of groups just found themselves in these caves that they find all over the world. And then the stupid people think that we're like cave people, but we're not. We're just trying to survive. Because when the catastrophic winds and sandstorms, along with floods, along with all these other things that happen, and you're like, whatever, it doesn't really concern me. It's not something of interest. Like, I don't really care one way or another, on these issues. That confuses me. But then, just given the fact that I'm saying this import with these questions. Care to find out, because obviously there's brilliant people out there that are putting forth things that I think are potent. I don't think this is a matter of just believe what you want to believe. I actually think that it is the actual truth of reality. Like, actually the true nature of reality. So what I'm saying is like,
ask you one final
I
question
think that
before
you
I
can
let you
actually
go.
get to that truth rationally. And I think that, you know, you would start by just saying, is there a being that created the universe? And I think that I think there's very good evidence for people who are open to looking at it. Like, I think fine tuning and psychophysical harmony, I think these are good evidences for a creator. You know, MJ, the guy that comes on here, he's a Christian philosopher. He's working on the Kalam, right? Now, I don't run the Kalam myself. I understand people want to say that there could be a beginningless past and all of that stuff.
Ask you one final question before.
Fine-tuning argument is bad. Yeah, so he thinks
Ask you
fine-tuning is
one
bad.
final.
But if you were to come to the conclusion that there was a creator, and then you say, well, okay, what best represents that? If there is any kind of tradition that would reflect that, then you can move from a creator to a specific faith tradition. So I'm just curious. When I say apathetic, I'm just saying from what I hear you say, it's almost like you're like, well, I looked into it when I was in it, I put it down, and now I'm just like, it doesn't serve me. And when you say that, it's almost like you're kind of just disinterested in looking at and examining the arguments for and against.
I was gonna say that. It doesn't, like these type of conversations to the point, like back in the day, I would like really argue with people about all kinds of things 24/7. But just where I am in life now, I've just come to a resolve personally. But when it comes to like man, you mentioned something. Dang, it suddenly came off mic. It kind of freaking knocked it out of my head.
Totally.
Dang it. Yeah, just something I wanted to mention.
But I mean, you guys were saying this stuff too, everything. Yeah, we weren't. Important questions, though, like the way that these things affect your life.
Ask you one final question before I.
Phil's just announced that the 5 flags are going back.
Fine-tuning arguments for God, for the Bible. I'm not
Ask
sure.
you one final question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago Report, the team takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to this topic. They say, social media is to blame. We rarely hear that people come out.
God's existence, or at least, you both don't affirm God's existence. Are there any conservative views that you take that that you could kick?
That's what it was.
Good. That you could kick him in his leftist gonads, just to kind of spite him a little bit for coming off the mic and throwing him out.
Why the fine-tuning argument is bad?
No, we won't.
So I was gonna say, for reference. So in terms of, because I think you mentioned morality, that's actually one of the things that led me to just drop in totality. Because when the idea, and this is just like things, once you start really looking into like ancient laws concerning like slavery, concerning war, and things like that, how to go about genocide. Because let's just be real. If what Joshua did,
This is what I made today, bro.
There's no getting around it. It was an ethnic cleansing of the land. But when I look at things like that, and compare it to other nations, their laws, I don't see this in the law.
This is what I made today,
bro. Of their priestly practices, some of their temple practices were unique. Like it was just things like that for me. Just really analyzing and doing comparative analysis with the Hittites and how they went about things, and other Canaanite nations and how they went about things, and then looking at the law of Moses and what it
Ask you one
really
final
is
question
saying.
before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on
When it comes to outright genocide, when it comes to outright xenophobia, if we're just going to be honest, the hatred of other peoples that's entrenched within it. When it comes to how certain cases are dealt with when you have women and you take women from after war, and how you operate and deal with women, stuff like that. If you take them for a wife, just so on and so much. It's just stuff like that. That was like, and then there's other stuff. There's just too much to talk about right now.
Well, these seem like reasons that you're
These are conclusions you come to about,
Ladies and gentlemen.
the narrative
Our
that
Chicago
you seem
police
to,
officers are being
and
failed.
you feel
Their
like there's
hands
enough
are
reason
being
to discredit
tied.
it, right, not accept it. But I'm saying, so
No.
some of that stuff.
It's not, I don't think it's not just to discredit it. It's just the idea that Yahweh, God, is all perfect, all knowing, plans perfectly, does everything right. It just
You heard about the Illinois Juvenile Detention Center lawsuit?
Our second panel consists of 5 of the most successful hedge fund managers of 2007. I can't
George Soros.
just tell people that have
If you
those
really
questions
want to make
that
money,
they're
it's actually
stupid
easy.
questions on
Found an agentic
And so now I'm
AI
in this place
company.
where it's like,
And I
okay,
don't mean one.
I have these same questions. Why didn't God? Why didn't Yahweh or God make the law of Moses in a certain way to where it would be without these issues like slavery, genocide, how you deal with women after you kill all the men and then you take them as a wife if you want to. Why didn't he make it like, I don't know. I don't want to keep going.
No, that's fine. It seems like a different question though. Because I think the issue is it true? And then maybe you might say, well, maybe there's a sense of morality. Or,
No,
I don't think, or something like that. That could be like a further question. Or if you're saying like, hey, this stuff in and of itself should lead somebody to think it's not true, because there's these things that are conflicting with what I think is moral. And I think we could parse that out in ways. There's a lot of stuff there to talk about.
Can I slide in?
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, part of the issue is judging the document and the narrative according to a, 21st century sort of Western civilization morality, which ironically, themes from the Bible and concepts from the Bible that should actually help define what we know
Ask you one
today
final
as
question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago Report, the team takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to this topic. They say, social media is to blame. We rarely hear that people come. Ask you one final.
To the conversation, it would be better to judge it.
Ask you one final.
Don't you guys believe in like moral progress and stuff, Charles?
Yeah. Hang on a second, man.
I know, right? You ramble.
Right quick. Well, I mean, it's hard to ramble when you've been talking under a minute. Like, that's weird. But anyway, okay. You say rambling as if I had been talking for 8 minutes. That's crazy work. But yeah, so it would be more honest to the conversation to judge the documents or the manuscripts or the scrolls within the context in which they appear, or maybe comparatively to how other surrounding nations treated women, or treated prisoners of war, or treated slaves. I mean, and I think that when you do that sort of analysis, not justifying anything or trying to gaslight, which is what a lot of religious people do about stuff in the Old Testament that, 21st century mores would consider problematic, right, to say the least. Not to gaslight about these things, but to give them an honest contextual evaluation rather than a one-to-one comparison to our 21st century mores. I feel like that's a more honest way to have the discussion, but that's just my opinion.
The young Stephen Ross.
I don't think I need a lawyer. Our country has spent now close to $30 billion.
Progress that our 21st century mores have gotten closer to, what's actually moral than people were in the past. It's a point is that it makes no difference that we're making these judgments in the 21st century.
It's irrelevant.
If you think God is really good for all time, then it shouldn't make much of a difference.
I would say the next 24 months are going to be.
Yes, you're not thinking that like there's been any more progress since
and if I were to look into the fraud at one of these NGOs and say that I received like 4 migrants, I could receive a $4,000 civil fine, a $10,000 criminal fine, or a $50,000 felony. And this
sense of
past.
moral
And not only
progress,
that,
nor
they'll
that
also have the
I
power to take down my
condemn its
What are
evolution.
you?
Moral progress is a great thing. I think we've advanced leaps and bounds beyond where we were in the 20th century. And I think that we'll go even further as time progresses. And I think
Never.
that this is a great thing. So I'm not saying anything against
You
that.
are the scam.
All I'm saying is that God is good for all time, of course. But God was dealing with certain people at a certain time. And that contextual relevance is of paramount importance when we're going to do a textual criticism. And having had textual criticism classes, I know that that's what it entails. And I feel like a textual critic's approach to the scrolls is a whole lot more honest than what some atheists and agnostics are
What are you?
arguing
And the marketing was fraud and crimes. Never. You are the
You mentioned
scam.
something interesting. You said the nation that we currently inhabit, currently inhabit. Yeah, so some of the things that shaped it, one of those things were the Bible. So, what about the things that it got from the Bible that they used to support slavery and things like that?
Yeah, I believe I was a bit more nuanced than that. To be perfectly honest about my own commentary, I believe that I said some themes. I believe the word I used
Ask you one final question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago Report, the team takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to this topic. They say, social media is to blame. We rarely hear that people come out.
And I feel like evaluating my commentary will allow us to see mirrors of what makes up Western society. In biblical literature, I believe that our social safety net contains the theme of Christ and those caring for the poor and making that a cornerstone of ministry. I believe that when the Bible says honor your father and mother, that's dealing with your material possessions. I believe that's demonstrated in Social Security, for example, or the existence of old folks' homes. That's what I mean by
Day number
themes,
one. I
like
will arrest
a
all CT leaders and
thematic
Brandon
application.
Johnson under RICO.
Even 2 or 3 witnesses being needed to condemn a person. That's the reason why Moses, the lawgiver, is atop the Supreme Court, because there are themes that are present from that in American jurisprudence. And there's several more examples. But
So what about the theme that they could get from the Apostle Paul, where it talks about a slave should obey their master? Could that be a theme that somebody could deduce from the New Testament?
Yeah, definitely they did, but they did so dishonestly. Of course, we know that Exodus 21:16 says, whoever steals a man and sells him gets the death penalty, shall be put to death. So we know. Hang on a second. Can I get the thought out? Yeah, just let me get it out real quick. I won't be long. That's a concept that the people who were adapting slavery themes from the Bible, that's one of those verses that they completely left out, and they left it out for a reason, right? Because they were stealing the slavery, so they definitely left out the verse that says that people that do that should get the death penalty. So their creation of the slave Bible, for example, was a very disingenuous and out of context approach to biblical themes, because they had a vested interest in doing so, and that interest was profit, not prophet, P-R-O-P-H-E-T, but profit, P-R-O-F-I-T. And so they wanted the slaves to be docile, and they didn't want a repeat of the Haitian Revolution on America's shores. And so they nefariously crafted themes from the Bible dealing with slavery that coincidentally and consistently actually omitted certain inconvenient verses that dealt with slavery, as I just pointed out. So they had a very dishonest application of themes as it related to slavery. They weren't interested in treating their slaves well. They were interested in maximizing profits and keeping their slaves.
Could you, what does treating a slave well look like?
Well, not a question for me, a question for them. Because they're the ones who crafted I don't believe it's possible to treat a slave well. That's not within the parameters of my expression. I believe that if a person is a slave, then in and of itself they're not being treated well. Anytime you deprive a person, oh my goodness, that's a completely unrelated motif.
I'm just asking.
Well, yeah, I'm a slave to Christ. I'm also a slave to my wife, but all these are different motifs of the same word. So can we do one motif at a time? So right now we're talking about slave from the motif of a person working and not benefiting from the fruit of their labor and from the capital that is generated from their labor. That's a completely different motif from being a slave to Christ or from me being a slave to my wife. So we got to keep it, we got to keep these categories separated,
Yeah, I got you. So you're saying that as long as the slave is benefiting somehow from his slave work or her slave work, it's okay.
Nah, well, you're not gonna trap me into saying slavery is okay.
It's not a trap. I mean,
it's where I'm from, I'm kind of keen at sussing out trick bags.
It's not a trick bag.
It's a trick bag, brother. It's a trick bag. So are you saying that as long as a slave is benefiting from the fruit of labor, it's okay? That's what you said, brother.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not a trick bag to try to get me to say that slavery is okay, I don't know what it is, but I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. Now, I know I sound country, but I know I'm dull of tongue, but I'm not dull of mind. You understand?
All right. Yeah.
When you have to quite a second.
Sully, wait. Because that's not even... I don't know why you guys always think somebody's trying to trap you. It's never that deep. I'm asking genuine questions because when you make statements, I have to get clarity. So and I got clarity from that statement. I can't talk for you, but most Christians, they defend the law of Moses. They defend Moses because the law of Moses came from their God, and nothing that their God does is bad. So within that law, because that you can own slaves, then slavery is okay. Or there is some form of righteous slavery. So that's why I asked you, a Christian, that question, because I assumed, and I'm sorry, I assumed that since you're a Christian, you wouldn't say that all slavery is wrong, because within the book that your God made, which is the Torah, he allows and puts slavery in there and gives rules for it, and even says in Deuteronomy chapter 4 that this is Israel's righteousness. So whatever in that law is righteous. So whatever decrees he made on slavery, and the slavery itself is righteous. So that's why. But I apologize that I assumed that. I wasn't trying to do a trick bag, as you said, or anything like that. But so now I know. So you don't think that slavery is okay when, in general, you don't think that slavery is okay?
No, I don't think that slavery is okay at all. Anytime somebody is being worked and they're not being paid for their labor is immoral in and of itself. So the institution of slavery is immoral. So I'm not here to defend slavery. I'm not even here to defend the law of Moses. In fact, I believe in a new covenant. So I mean, maybe that's a good question for a rabbi like that. But here's the thing about stuff that comes from God. When God has made a covenant with people, and the people that God made a covenant with are imperfect, are flawed, then the covenant is flawed. And that's what Hebrews chapter 8, verses 6 through 13 actually and literally and verbatim teaches that there was fault in the covenant. And that was the covenant of the law because it was made with fallible people. And so because it's made with fallible people, we have institutions in there that are going to be regulated like slavery and divorce. And I use those two to contrast because God says that he hates divorce in one place. But then he allows it and Jesus clarifies this. He says that because of the hardness of your hearts, God allowed it, but that was never his plan. So that's something that he allowed Moses to implement. And so that's a prime example of what I'm saying, of God regulating an institution. And he regulates it because, of course, people being, the wicked individuals that they are, of course, abused it. And whatever they didn't like about a woman, they just write a bill of divorce and send out the house and just kind of get them another. And so, oh my goodness, well, you have to ask him that. I'm not. Surely he could have just said, don't ever divorce and don't ever own slaves and don't ever do X, Y, and Z. I mean, he could have done that. Why he didn't do that, that's not a question I can answer. You got to ask him that. But I just want to finish the point I'm trying to make.
The point is, Charles, I would expect him to say that, Charles.
Okay, and your expectations for him don't have anything to do with Charles Johnson. So I don't know why I'm being included in that.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, like it don't have anything to do with
Charles. You just
your expectations of God don't have anything to do with Charles Johnson. I'm just trying to give an answer to what was posited to me. I'm just Charles Johnson. I didn't create nothing.
Chicago Mayor,
but anyway, I'm just trying to wrap up my thoughts like real quick. If you wouldn't mind giving me 19 seconds to wrap my thoughts up, and then somebody else can speak, of course.
You have not been babbling.
Well, I doubt I've been babbling, but you can call it babbling. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I don't care, really. I don't care what you call it. I'm just trying to finish it. Yeah, I don't care, though. But, I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me. Your descriptive of my communication is utterly meaningless.
Everybody can see you babbling.
And now you're speaking for what everybody can see, which speaks to your level of pomposity. It speaks to your level of pomposity for you to presume to speak for what everyone can see. Yeah, everyone, right? Yeah, everyone agrees.
The funny part is once we reach this stage, the more he goes on.
Of course, man. I mean, it's okay, man, but this level of narcissism needs to be studied. I mean, wow. This is an astounding level of narcissism here. But be that as it may, I'm sure somebody in here with a fight degree could get like a grant from the government to study this level of narcissism. I think they should. I think y'all should get that grant written. Be some money in it for you. But in any event, so as I'm finishing
up, you get to my real point now.
Just because something is in the law of Moses and regulated does not mean that God approves of it or that God is. He's simply
I reiterate what I said 5 times.
He's simply regulating which people were already doing. And he regulates it to elevate what
if I may be allowed to finish,
so that they can.
Doing it because they bad.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to press my way through to the end of my 19 seconds. So
I know, but
it's tough for me to make it through. I guess it's tough for me to get through 19 seconds without interrupting.
But you said he'll take a pause after that, so let's just.
I'm almost there, man.
Why do you allow this?
Like, can I make it to the end of my 19 seconds? Is that possible? I'm almost there. I'm probably at the 12-second mark, so I just need a few more seconds there.
Not have enough time.
Just a few more, man, and then we're gonna let you make your sandwich, man. We're gonna let you make your sandwich. I hope you use Romanian pastrami. It's excellent sandwich meat. I don't know if you have a Kroger where you are, but that Romanian.
See, he just
It's the chef's kit.
He vomits afterwards.
I recommend you making your sandwiches out of Romanian pastrami, if you don't mind. Get some boar's head.
Ridiculous, Charles. Can you repeat the thing again, just so that you don't
No, I'm done. I'm actually landing on Romanian pastrami. That's a great place to land, and everyone should make their sandwiches out of it. Yeah, there you go.
Totally necessary.
Pastrami in general and Romanian pastrami in particular.
And so basically, slavery bad, but God saying it's okay is okay.
I apologize for Sully's behavior, Charles. I just want you to know that. And I appreciate you, brother. So Sully gave us a response.
I'm gonna.
I was hoping you were going to take your next 19 seconds to tell us exactly how Jesus banned slavery in the Bible.
I'm gonna go on. He didn't, because slavery's still okay. I'm gonna go on ahead and bounce up out of here. I gotta get something to eat. Charles, thank you for your explanations. And I just want everybody to know.
It's Romanian
I'm
pastrami.
not against Christianity. I'm not against Judaism. I like
one
studying
final
both.
question before I let you go. We've
Just like Greek mythology. Y'all have a match rest.
Hey, Bill, check your messages.
Okay, thank you, bro. Nobody cares, by the way. So.
Bill, check your messages and come back when you can, buddy. When you're done eating or something, if you want to. We'll be here, probably.
Can we analyze?
Charles, you have such a way with words. It's always a pleasure.
Can we analyze some real quick before we move on?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's put the Sully's narcissist months away. So now,
Ask you
Sully,
one final
you said nobody cares in the room. You said everybody thinks he's rambling. Do you think it?
Yeah, everybody thought he was rambling, for sure, 100%.
I didn't.
And they can say that they can deny it, but they can lie.
Yeah, so you think everybody's just gonna be lying? Like, you
Oh, if they say he wasn't rambling, yes, for sure.
I don't.
100%. Anybody who's like gonna show up and be like, he wasn't rambling.
Hey,
Liar.
so, I'm gonna let you know the secret, Sully. Just because people don't use like big words like you guys throw around a lot, you think that.
Listen, Tamario, this wasn't an invitation for you to start rambling, bro, okay?
That doesn't mean.
Nina, that wasn't an invitation for you to yap up either.
Yeah, you're just so you just say everybody's yapping and rambling, and that's.
You know what? Michaela has a right to
think you're witty.
How about we hear from Michaela really
You
quick?
guys remember when Solomon
You know what?
was like the most mediocre?
I propose that we take a listen
like
to
in the
Michaela.
world.
Deepak, I propose that we take a listen to what Michaela has to say.
I propose that
Let Nina finish first.
ask you
Nina
one
is
final
like
question
talking
before I
to Deepak. Are you like a silly
ask
person?
you one final question before I let
We talk each other on the stage. We
Yeah.
don't play
Yeah, then it's cool. Then you just butt out. What the fuck? Let me should talk back then. I don't under like what.
Tell me I'm yapping.
You're acting like she's making a serious contribution. And she's not just shooting on me.
Don't interrupt people when they're talking.
You're treating it like it's a serious contribution.
Have you made a serious
ask you one final question before
Only the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, but Deepak, why are you treating Nina as if she's not just like yapping at me out of like some kind of
Can somebody add Sully as a friend so we can get him off 666 friends, please? Thank you. Somebody, please.
Actually, I'm in control of that, so good luck.
I'm actually going to add you so you can go to 667. Add me.
It doesn't work like that.
I've been on Sully for like, I don't know, it's 3 or 4 years, and I've never been on Sully's friends list because he needs his friends list to be at 666 to make a point.
Because
Oh, it's on purpose, Mike.
You know, pretty much. And if somebody tries to unadd me, I just have a like queue of people I can just add to make up the gap.
Damn, Sully, you're cool.
That's crazy.
Disciple, a couple things were said. I wish you would have been here for a BL. He said that Jesus
ask you
did
one
not
final question.
fulfill Old Testament
ask
prophecy.
you one final
That was
question
good.
before I let you go.
I do want you to comment maybe briefly, if you'd like to, on Sully's narcissism. I think that would be good to speak about. And then also, do you think Charles was rambling, Disciple? Because I like listening to Charles speak. Quite frankly, he reminds me of like an old time preacher. And when he speaks, it's there's something soothing about it. Even if I disagree with him on certain theological issues, which I do, but I appreciate his contribution.
I actually agree, and I want to like. I like a comment on the content, but it was really nice
Ask you
listening
one
to.
final
I
question
don't know, maybe
before I
this
let
sounds
you
like
go.
weirdly.
We've talked about it time and time again
I
on
don't want this to
Chicago
sound weird,
Report,
but
the
yeah,
team
that's just
takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to this topic. They say, social media is to blame. We rarely hear that.
But for some reason, Sully actually denies it, which is really weird. And I
Which
don't understand
person?
it. Charles.
Oh, Charles.
Trying to stuff
Yes.
it to like.
I like when he says, "I'm positive."
Well, I guess that's some common ground. That's throwing a little bit of love, I guess, Charles. That's something. But nonetheless, all right, very good. Disciple, did you hear any of the conversation?
I'm currently helping my kids with some spelling homework, so
That doesn't take precedence over Clubhouse.
Yeah.
so I've heard a little
I
bit
think
of
you
it.
know that.
I've heard a little bit of it, but I don't think I'll be able to speak.
Okay, we need your hand, brother. Don't just fade off into the distance. You're painfully and obviously absent.
Ask you one final question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago Report, the team takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to this topic. They say, social media is to blame.
Or did he sound too much like a old Negro preacher? Like what?
Well, it couldn't be that because I like Cornel West.
Well, everybody seemed to like it, but you're in the minority here, so I'm just curious.
What are you talking?
What made you think he was rambling?
He said everybody was.
Well, he was repeating the same things over and over again. For those of you who weren't getting captivated by the sound of his voice and were paying attention to what he was saying, you would have noticed he would take something you could say with one sentence and then say it 8.
So he was like,
And also.
you were like interrupting him as he was talking, kind of like how I'm gonna just interrupt now you as you continue to talk, and you won't be able to make any points or say anything or make a contribution because we'll just keep interrupting you like that. Hello?
Okay. Good luck.
As much as I don't like John Kitover, I do like that little contribution you just made. By the way, John, I saw your IG video of you giving people shots.
That's why I have universe blocks.
You're giving people back shots?
No. He's a doctor.
I heard you had difficulty determining whether that video was AI or real, and people were questioning your intelligence because you were incapable. Oh, now you didn't look at it. Got it. Okay, never mind. Now you didn't look at it. Got it. Never mind.
I didn't look at it. I was close enough to see a watermark or whatever it was that showed that it was made by AI. But I assume that it was.
I love how Andrew thinks that's the signal that something is AI.
Well, no, because somebody said there's something on it that said it. Somebody said that. They said you can see it. There's a mark on it. That's not how I would determine it. So that's
I never muted anyone, okay?
But that's fine. Universe muted himself, and so be it. Nina, good to see you. Hope, man.
Andrew, was the conversation about biblical slavery? I couldn't hear over.
No, are you talking? We were just talking about the Old Testament morality. If you're talking about the thing that I quote melted down about unquote, which I did get pretty lively spirited on, and Converse rebuked me for using my time to engage people like CM and Abe. He felt like I shouldn't be doing such a thing, and that I'm going to be stoned to death in the kingdom of God due to the fact that I spent time engaging CM and Abe on this issue as to whether claims are evidence, which literally there was a complete 180 done by both Abe and CM on this.
Claims of what? You reminding me on the fact claims of what again?
Evidence.
Evidence?
Okay,
Straightforward? Oh, wow. Okay, could you explain it again to me from the beginning?
Deepak, did you not hear? Deepak, are you just doing your thing? Okay, so
You always confuse me when you do that.
yeah, so here.
Yeah, but see, slavery in the Bible.
Sully, shut up. We're not listening to you. No.
I am LeBron James.
Slavery was in the Bible.
So what it was is that when I used to say testimony is evidence, Abe and CM would freak out.
Saying it's not evidence again.
They would freak out and say, "No, that's not true. It's not evidence." And then later they said, "Well, it's a trivial amount of evidence," which actually it just depends on the context, because a testimony can be tremendous evidence depending on the context. But anyway, they would say it's a trivial amount of evidence. And then now they've done a complete 180 once again, and now they're saying testimony or claims
are not evidence, that they're actually things that you need to support with evidence. You need to bring evidence to bear on a claim, to bear on a testimony, that they themselves are not evidence, which is false. And it literally, a claim by itself can bring you from not having a belief to having a belief. And that is evidence. And it's pretty crazy. It literally raises the probability of some particular thing being true. It is the case that if somebody says, I bought a soccer ball, and you know that, and you know that they're
Why are you bungling this again?
Oh, hold on, Sully.
You're just bungling it again.
I'll bungle you in a second. Just hold on. It is the case that when somebody says that they bought a soccer ball and they love soccer and they have all this history of being soccer players and loving, watching professional games and all this stuff, that you have good background information on them, that is going to be like, hey, when they say that, that is strong evidence that they actually bought a soccer ball.
Yeah, in some context, claims are evidence.
Yeah, of course. But the point is that they are still denying that the claim in and of itself is evidence. Yeah, of course it's up against.
Well, it's evidence relative
to your background.
He gets what? General mutilation,
political
deranged,
background information.
abuse, fraud, mental
Information that
illness.
you have is the evidence, and the claim is a claim. And the background.
The claim is the thing that counts as evidence relative to the background.
Correct. And that is the same thing that I've been telling him, but they both want to deny that. And so that being said, Nina, I was a little spirited about it. That's what Sam's referring to as the meltdown. So.
I see. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, you betcha. But now we are on Old Testament morality. Sully says, God bad. God
slaves. No.
Wait. Can I ask the Christian something, Andrew? Can I?
Disciple to Charles.
Yeah. So let me ask the Christians. Can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So there's a couple books I read about this that I thought, and I'm not really a Christian anymore, but I thought that it satisfied that for me, where they're talking about how Jesus would bring up Old Testament scripture and say, and you've heard it said, but I have said, and then he would elevate it or intensify it towards like compassion and nonviolence, and he talked about so many different things. I don't know if he ever specifically talked about slavery, just like he never specifically talked about child abuse or, prostitution or a lot of things, but he would say things and then he would say, I've come to fulfill this by making it more compassionate. Now that I'm here, we have to be against these things like war, genocide. He specifically mentioned genocide. And I'm just curious how Christians feel about that. Do you feel like maybe that can help you come to terms with it?
I think the big problem with that is like what the word fulfill actually means. A lot of people have different ideas about what that means.
Yeah, so in these two books, fulfillment, that he came, I don't know specifically about what he did, like mystically or theologically, but with this, it meant like, he would say, so you would go into the synagogues and say, you've heard this said about genocide, and he would quote the scripture about genocide, and then he would leave out certain parts in it, and then he would say, but I say, and it was a very specific message, according to these two authors, that this wasn't okay, this was wrong, and the books say this, but now we're moving towards this, and I just don't know why.
Like in Matthew 18, I think it's 18, where it says Moses permitted you to write a bill of divorce, but it was not that way from the beginning. Right?
Yeah, lots of things. So, do we really have to say this slavery?
I'm Andrew. So, CM wants me to ask you this. He says, according to Andrew, claiming slavery is good is evidence that slavery is good.
Andrew, you don't think slavery is good, do you? Thanks, Converse, for that. I think this was pretty amazing. These books were pretty amazing. I don't know why Christians don't kind of wrestle with that more instead of just trying to argue that slavery is good.
Andrew, do you think that?
I agree. Andrew's pretending to be on the phone right now.
Andrew.
Andrew's like, a woman is speaking. Who can I call?
I think
CM, you're saying, dude, I don't know if CM is saying Andrew said this or something, or if he's just making this because he still doesn't get the point about this. Like, saying that claims are evidence doesn't mean that every claim is always evidence for its own truth or whatever.
Well, I don't know what Sam's claiming in the chat, but his claims don't count as evidence.
I just think it's shit.
What was the question?
CM, no, see, it's just not.
We all got off of mic
It's
at
not.
the same time. What was the
It's
question?
not universal CM. It's not that claiming anything in any context is always evidence that the claim is true. That's not what anybody is saying. I think Elliot, why is he so good?
I guess the question is for those who believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament. In the New Testament, there are claims that Jesus contradicted in a sense a lot of the things in the Old Testament. So why do we focus so much on what was said? Not. I mean, it's important what was said in the Old Testament, but why do we make that indicative of God's character? Whenever Jesus said he came to fulfill, to enlighten us to send us on a different path towards understanding what God felt and wanted.
So, I believe it's correction, not necessarily. So the Pharisees and the Sadducees, they created laws outside of even the Mosaic law. And so there were things that Christ corrected because they didn't even have it right. And then he focused on the spirit of the law and just reconciled it back to what the Mosaic law was. That's my perspective. So I don't think Christ taught against the law at all.
I don't think he taught against the law either. I guess.
Because even he says in a verse, the Sadducees and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, which is they're giving the law, and they say do as they say, but don't do as they do. Because as long as they're telling them what the law is, you're supposed to follow it. But you're not supposed to follow those who are hypocrites, because that's what they were. They would say one thing and do the exact opposite. So I think, so they have that aspect.
Hi, can you place an order for pickup? Can I get a large cheese pizza with garlic? Yep. No, that's it. John. John. J-O-H-N. 312-498-0517. Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks. Bye.
So everyone could be reconciled back to God. So there was a lot of separations and a lot of laws. If you broke the law, you were exiled or put to death, and you were not able to come back to the fold. So when Christ came, he established a way for those who were outside of the covenant to come back. So again, going back to what you're saying about the genocide, I mean, I just think those were just even with the Noah's flood, he wiped out everyone except for 8 souls. So I just think that judgment at that time was instant, and now it's not, from the perspective of God.
That's interesting. Just real quick from these 2 books I read that I do agree with Caleb that the Bible is polyvocal. It's not a univocal book. It's basically a conversation between men about God. Stories are used to explain really complicated truths, and they would say that it's multivocal, and there was that basically the whole all these things about genocide, and that would be men. I don't know though. That's a big question, but I'm just curious how Christians can deal with that.
So you know what? This is how I see it. There was a time that God was open to everyone. Then he selected his chosen people. Then he required his chosen people to do certain things. If they honored him,
he made sure that they were protected. And when certain commandments were given out and they followed them, and then people attacked them for those things, or go to the promised land and people would attack them, then for their particular God, who there's many verses in the Old Testament say, you're the only people I know of the world. So their God, because this is their story, just like if you wrote your own history about your family, it will be your story and no one else. Their God was wiping out their enemies. And I think that if we as Christians don't accept that's what it happens, it's hard to explain the genocide. Oh, God loves everybody and all this stuff. But how do you reconcile the babies being killed, or him wiping out nations of people, or all of these things that happened when it came to judgment? And I think that because the narrative is not given where they can just say this was the God of the Israelites, and there's actually verses that said that he gave other gods like the sun and the stars and the moon to be worshipped by other nations, and that he was the only God for Israel, and this is their story. So because we take on this mindset of God loves everybody throughout the whole chapter, not the whole chapter, throughout the whole Bible, I can see an argument
one final question
in the New Testament, but in the Old Testament, he was focused on the nation of Israel, and we just have to understand that.
You just gotta accept it that all y'all Christians are heretics. That's who you are.
Wait, I didn't hear that. What'd you say, Elliot? Say that again.
Every Christian is a heretic. Okay, that's why, like if you break the law, if you claim to be God like Jesus did, the Mosaic law is clear. That warrants a capital.
When did Jesus claim to be God?
All over the place.
Okay, well, we would have
John. Don't you guys like to say that he claimed to be God?
In John, when he said, "Ye are gods."
No.
The one where he's like, he does all the I ams.
The I am, and that there's the ego eimi in the Greek is throughout the whole. Everybody was saying I am.
Yeah.
And I am is not the name of God. God's name is Yahweh.
Right. The Yahweh and Ashar, Hi Ashar, I am that I am. Those are the only difference between those is that one is third person and one's first person.
Yep.
So Yahweh is the way to say that I am without attributing it to yourself.
Yep.
I think that's a far stretch because he said I am the way, the truth, and the life. He did say he was, or I am the Messiah. So the claims that he made, if you don't know what you worship, all of these things focused on recognizing that he was the Messiah. He's the way. I am the way, truth, and the life.
He says, he says that unless you believe that I am, you will die in your sin.
Right, but Christ, hold on. If you don't believe that Christ is the Messiah and he came down for the salvation of others.
And he says before Abraham.
No. He didn't say no. Wait.
Before Abraham was I am.
He is the lamb slain before the foundations of the earth.
No, but it can't be talking about present. It can't be talking about the tense because if he said
I take the past tense though. You're giving me.
I'm telling you. Just listen to what I'm telling you. If he would have been saying before Abraham was, there was a time in which, I was doing something, but he's not claiming I am. It would have said before Abraham was, I was. But it says I am.
But even so, if you're saying before Abraham was, if you're saying it's future tense, if you read that verse, Abraham rejoiced to see my day.
It's not tense. It's not tense. It's just like I am is like present. Yeah. Before he was, I am. He would have said before he was, I was.
You would have to show and argue for that because that could be anything. Present would be he's the Messiah because he's the way, the truth, and the life. You have one mediator and one Lord. You cannot get to the Father but through me. So if you can't get through him, then how are you going to get to the Father?
Yeah, but those are two different statements.
I know, but
you have to look at what it was responded to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I understand. We can.
Well, to God, no.
Ask you one final question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago Report, the team takeovers. A lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to this topic. They say, social media is to blame. We rarely hear.
They can be off. They can be off. I just want to point something out.
I would like to. Did the middle of my sentence stop the beginning of yours? And we on the telephone. Then I'm just trying to hold it down till you get that.
Do a little twang.
Chicago, we're free to move again.
All right, go ahead.
No, I wish I could speak like Charles because then everybody would listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you some southern vernacular class this time. I have you sounding like a Tennessean in no time.
Oh my goodness.
No, lay it out, Sada. I got a question. I got a you, Kenneth, and Charles. So go ahead and lay it out.
Just my bipolar.
I mean,
mine basically. I just.
So where were we? So it's a lot.
The
I think and I could probably have in private, and we can work it out. So it's all good.
Okay, well that's fine. I just want to ask you guys one question because I want to hear your response to this.
Nina, no, Andrew. Nina had a question for you before you went on.
Oh,
I was trying to just fill in the gap. So
I didn't hear. Sorry. What was it, Nina?
It's all right. We can move on.
No, what you
No, Nina, go ahead.
What'd you ask?
No, we should really reset to Nina's question.
The question was just about as a Christian, when I was still a Christian, I read these two books about, one was called Healing the Gospel, the other was Disarming Scripture, about how Jesus, he talked a lot about, he would quote Scripture and then he would not change it, but as Tada said, correct it. He would talk about, making things more compassionate, talking more about the character of God as compassionate and loving, and about equality. And I'm just asking, why did Christians focus so much on the Old Testament as being literal and true whenever Jesus came to correct it? I believe it's polyvocal and a conversation between men, and that Jesus should be the standard by which Christians judge the rest of Scripture. And I'm just asking, so when people ask Christians, is slavery good? I would say, if I were a Christian still, and when I do think about Jesus, I say, well, Jesus he changed things. He said things are different. He said that this conversation has to go another way. God's nature wasn't really revealed in the books. It was hinted upon, maybe. So I'm just wondering, how do you feel about slavery, and have you ever thought about wrestling with it in this way?
Yeah, well, one thing I would just say, I'm kind of getting to the point, Nina, that I'm just going to say it this way. If you accept the New Testament narrative about Jesus, if you say that you like the things that he said and did, and you accept the accounts of what he said and did as being true, that you won't have any good reason to discount the Old Testament and to see that it is tied directly to the New, and there's not going to be a way that you can reasonably separate those. You're going to have.
He did, though. But he did.
Well,
and you can't escape the slavery question, Andrew. Don't escape it.
I'm not going to escape the slavery question.
Get him, Nina.
What's that, Caleb? Go ahead.
I said this topic, there's just some base discussion about like why they're not really holding on to the Old Testament because of all the bad stuff. Like I kind of respect that actually. That's what
is it Caleb?
But can't act like what Andrew said is true though. Like you can't disassociate the Testament and the Old Testament. It's impossible.
You can't.
So my fear is what you say.
So
that's like a Gnostic thing.
That's what you
disassociate the Old Testament.
I'm not talking about disassociating. I'm talking about looking what Jesus did.
Well, no, hold on, just real quick. So, Nina, the reason that we can trust what Jesus said is because we trust what the authors said about Jesus, and we think that God had something to do with that. If you don't think God had something to do with it, or you think that the authors are untrustworthy, then really, what is the criteria by which you can even say that Jesus said and did the things that he did, unless you have personal revelation? Now, if it's the case you want to claim that, which most people aren't usually doing that, I'm not saying you can't know things about God by way of personal direct revelation, but most of the information that we're gathering about God's nature, at least Christ, or about what he did and said, etc., is through the Gospels. The Gospel writers are tying it to the Old Testament. They're saying that Jesus is the fulfillment of all of these sacrificial laws, that he is the one that the prophecies throughout the Old Testament are about. He is the light that blesses these other nations. These are promises that are given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is saying, hey, this is some stuff that I'm going to do through your lineage, right? Has to be through the line of David. There's all these messianic prophecies. There's all of this foretype and shadowing throughout the Old Testament that's pointing to Christ. It's just all over the place. It's pervasive. And you have Christ coming onto the scene claiming to be this fulfillment, right? He is the Messiah. He is the one that's fulfilling all of this, okay? If you accept that, then you can't really take away the Father. Not to mention Paul, writing, nearly half of the New Testament, says, and this is just fascinating, says that Jesus is the one who led the children of Israel out of Egypt. That was Christ who led them out of Egypt. What? What are we talking about? Jesus lived in the first century. How is that the case? How did Christ lead the children of Israel out of Egypt? How is it the case that he is the one that the rock that the Israelites were relying on, or whatever? Why does it say in Corinthians, written by Paul in the New Testament, he says that Jesus, and listen to this, because this is one of them passages, and actually, Caleb, I'd like you to comment on it as well. But just want to read this to you real quick. So this is in Corinthians. Yeah, let me read this real quick. Yeah. So this is in Corinthians, I think it's 8 or 9. Let me see here. Yeah, or 10. Okay. So this is in 1 Corinthians chapter 10. So a couple things here. So let me just do this part first. For I do not want you to be unaware, brothers, that our fathers were all under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and all were baptized into Moses. That's that guy in the Old Testament, Moses. In the cloud and in the sea, and all ate the same spiritual food, and all drank the same spiritual drink. For they drank from the spiritual rock that followed them, and the rock was Christ. Nevertheless, with most of them, God was not pleased, for they were overthrown in the wilderness. Now, this is recounting things that the Bible says in the Old Testament, these things were happening, right? This stuff's going on in the wilderness. They're wandering around in the wilderness. All this stuff's going on with the Israelites, right? It's talking about all that. And it says, now these things took place. They took place. These happened. These things took place as examples for us, that we might not desire evil as they did. Metaphorically or historically? That sounds like historically to me. That we might not desire evil as they did. Do not be idolaters as some of them were, as it is written. The people sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. We must not indulge in sexual immorality as some of them did. And 23,000 fell in a single day. So 23,000 fell. That word fell there, that means they died. So 23,000 fell in a single day.
Gotcha.
And then it says, we must not put Christ to the test, as some of them did, and were destroyed by serpents. So we must not put Christ to the test, as some of them did, and were destroyed by serpents, nor grumble, as some of them did, and were destroyed by the destroyer, capital D, the destroyer.
Andrew, you make a great point, and I'm going to give it to you right now. I think that what you're saying is probably the crux of the problem I have right now with all of this, and what you're just saying right now, Atara, I think that I don't agree with you guys about all of this, but I think you're bringing up a point that I can't really refute right now. I think I'm going to reread these books and see if they do, though, but Andrew, that's a very interesting.
I respect your honesty on that, Nina, but I think that you could take other views about like divine accommodation, or I'm not even saying that event didn't happen, but like Paul's talking to people who have a Jewish background or would have been familiar with it, right? Paul himself is a Pharisee, so like of course he's going to use stories and stuff that they're familiar with, right, to make analogies. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
and certain tales that happen.
Caleb,
Yeah,
Andrew, he's saying that those were Israelites that he was talking about.
He's saying so what Caleb does, and this is a massive divide between Caleb and I, as much as I got mad love for Caleb. He's not a fan of the Old Testament narratives, given all of the stuff that he finds to be morally atrocious, right? That can't be really.
But yeah, that's one. Yeah.
Right, and it's a major driver for him.
Major bias.
It's a major driver for him. So so the dispute, we boiled it down, is like this: should the Scripture dictate what you believe is true, or should your intuitions dictate which Scripture you accept?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And so for me, what I've done, Nina, is I have allowed the Scripture to reign over my intuitions. So even if it's the case that it says that, God drowned babies. Well, it doesn't say that, but let's say David's baby. God kills David's baby, okay, strikes him sickness, or God tells the Israelites to go in and kill all the men, women, children, even the sucklings and the nursing mothers.
And the goats.
Right, and the goats.
Well, except for the virgin girls.
No, that's not with the Amalekites.
That's not that one.
That's not the Amalekites.
Different one.
But Caleb's saying that because he's bolstering his case, right? He's like, well, what about that, right? He wants to bring that up because by his lights, that should be a moral case against accepting the historical nature of these texts. Now,
Caleb, do
you think it's two different gods? You think it's a different God in the Old Testament than there is in the New Testament?
Well, I'm not being like a Marcionite in that way. I think it's more so I'd be inclined to think that the Jewish people, if that was historical, that could be debated, but if we grant historicity for the sake of argument, they believe that God was telling them that, and in a sense of fervor against a military nation, they commit war in the name of God, thinking that God told them to do that.
But here's Andrew, let me ask him this. But Caleb, if God told them to kill everybody, and they only killed the people that which all the time, they only killed the people that they chose to, even Saul, wouldn't that be like kind of the opposite though? Because they didn't believe that God wanted them to do this, and the thoughts that they believed, they didn't follow through with their own thoughts.
Well, Andrew, what makes you think that it wasn't Moses who led the Israelites out of Egypt?
No. It wasn't.
When you read the book, it just says Moses.
No. But that's not the point. God also was involved. So the point is that the point I'm making several points of that thing I was bringing up there. I was just saying Christ.
But not Jesus. You said it was Jesus.
No. It was Jesus. No. Hold on. Elliot. The Old Testament says God did it. Okay. The New Testament says it's Jesus. Now you can put two and two together, but for me, obviously, that's just telling you it's the same thing when it says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and He made man and He said, "Let us make man in our image." And then in the New Testament it says Jesus created all things. How does that work? So
why does anyone care about what's in the New Testament when the topic is about the ancient Israelites? That's
the point that he's saying is, why would that be relevant? I mean, I guess you're saying that Paul is giving new revelation.
No. The point that I was bringing up about, if you're asking me why is it relevant to this conversation, the reason I was bringing up Corinthians and bringing up the thing about Jesus in the Old Testament is to show that He killed people. Jesus was killing people. That's what I'm pointing out.
Jesus was killing people?
Correct.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Yeah.
So when
I don't like a shirt. I want to see Jesus was killing people on their shirt.
Just to be clear, the reference to Christ being the rock in the Old Testament, and that when people were testing Him and they died, it isn't the case that just to be clear, hold on. It isn't the case that it's the first century Jesus, His body, that I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
No, I understand that.
I'm talking about the divine person is obviously at play in the Old Testament, and that's explicit. And I'm saying that what this is meant to show is that Jesus is not the meek, mild, kumbaya, peace pipe smoking person.
Well, you can just go to Revelation to show that.
Andrew, the prophecy said that Jesus was given the authority of judgment for Judgment Day. So the only God that was killing people at the time, even if we stick with the Trinity, would be the Father.
Hold on, James. Hold on.
It says 16. There's no A up there.
James.
Oh,
is that James? Is that James? Oh, we want James here. We definitely want you, James. God bless you, sir.
It seems like you've been interrupting a lot.
Yeah, I definitely, James,
Wait, you guys don't realize James is hot micing.
Oh, James.
Can we, somebody, oh.
Yeah,
Somebody
you guys have mods too.
Only you say his social security numbers, credit card numbers.
Let me say something
Okay,
real quick, man. I definitely want to hear Charles' stuff. I want to ask Caleb and other people, not Caleb. I want to ask Tada, Tennant, and Charles a particular thing, but I do want to say something to you, Caleb. That this is one of my kill shots that I've been saving for you.
Now, and I have one question, and we can go on to maybe ask yours first.
Okay, I've been saving a little kill shot for you, and I want to know what you think about it. Okay, all right. So for those that want to take this idea that the Old Testament is metaphorical or it's an allegory or whatever, but it's not a historical narrative. Okay.
Wait, can I just have a caveat to say I don't think the entire Old Testament is metaphorical.
No. But here's the thing, right? You obviously the criteria by the way, whatever methodology you're going to employ to do that, right? To parse out what you're going to accept and not, I think it's going to be pretty arbitrary. But here's the thing. I'm just going to bolster the case. Obviously, I think the genealogies are very odd to be saying the genealogy and it actually names the people in the Old Testament. It shows when they died and it's named them in the New Testament. And you're going to be like, well, at some point that turns fictional. That just seems really weird. But I think this is the big thing. The big thing, a big thing that I want to bring up is that if you notice when Jesus is on the Mount of Transfiguration.
Yeah, I figured you were going to say this actually. Yeah. It's really funny. Yeah. I know exactly where you're going with this. Yeah.
So who appeared?
You know what's really, it was Elijah and Moses.
Yeah, it was Elijah and Moses. Now, it's kind of strange. Let me just point something out that's strange about that. For people to think that people be mistaken about people, be like, oh, is this Elijah? Oh, is this very weird to take a narrative that is fictional and for people to mistake that.
There's a couple things. If I may, there's a couple things I was going to say, because it's a good point. I'd say, there could have been someone who, like, the story of Moses was based around. Like, I don't think it's, like, necessarily, so, like, it could be that person, right? So it's not like it needs to be, you're already rolling your eyes at this. So it could have been that person, right? Another thing is, too, when you look at, like, modern accounts, in fact, I was just going to say this, with, like, the Marian apparition stuff, right? People see a figure who they interpret as that, right? So Jews at that time believed that Elijah and Moses had descended into heaven. Josephus mentions this. That was, like, common that day, and they thought they had to come back before the end of time, right? That's why people think Jesus is Elijah. They think John the Baptist is. They say we thought Elijah has to come first, and they're really confused, right? So this is already ingrained in their culture. So when they see two figures appear before them, neither of them, by the way, say, "Hi guys, I'm Moses," because they don't know what Moses and Elijah look like. So it's like, how do they know that, right? Nowhere in the text does it say that they tell them this is Moses, this is Elijah. They
can have oral tradition. They could obviously have oral tradition. They could obviously have
oral tradition on what?
Obviously, they can have oral tradition about what it is that this person would look like, or they can know, or obviously God could reveal that to them. But the point is for them to see two characters, you have a revelation. Why would two figures appear, and people think that this is like potentially who it is, if all it is just entire lore? Why would they ever think that would be fulfilled at any point?
What do you mean? What do they think? No, they think that they absolutely believed it was literal. I don't deny that for a second. I think
so this is where, and this is the thing, right? But this is the thing that you started to say back in the day when Ethan was kind of doing the same thing. You guys would say this kind of stuff. You'd be like, well, they thought it was literal. So then you have things like this. Then you have to go so far as saying.
Ironically, Ethan would probably disagree with me now. I think he would.
Now he absolutely would disagree.
Oh, no, he would. Because I would use the same argument with some of the Marian stuff he was going to say. But go ahead.
But here's what you have to do now. Here's what you guys would have to be saying. You'd have to be saying that Jesus is wrong.
No, I don't think Jesus ever said this Moses and Elijah, does he?
No, I'm saying that I'm saying if you say that Jesus thought this, you can't have Jesus being wrong.
That Jesus thought that it was Moses and Elijah?
That Jesus thought anything about, any of the texts that we might bring to bear where he's saying something it appears as though he's saying this is historical, literal.
Well, no, but that's not true, because Jesus is talking to an audience and is accommodating to them, and I don't think it follows at all that he has to believe it.
No, I'm saying, because I'm saying one of the things that you guys would say would be like, well, Jesus possibly believed that, and I thought that was
I don't know what the incarnation entails, to be honest. Like, you know how it says Jesus grew in knowledge? I don't know how much of the incarnation he was
But
like.
you can't have him having false beliefs, though, right? He can't believe something. He can't have false knowledge.
I'm inclined to think you're right, but that's where it gets kind of difficult. Like, did Jesus think that he was going to come back in that lifetime, like in that generation, right? Like, he says he doesn't know the hour of the day, so inclined to think he acknowledges he doesn't have that knowledge, but he sure seems to imply that very heavily. So I don't know if I'm inclined to think that he didn't, and the disciples misunderstood that, but it's hard to know either way, you know? So I'm inclined to think, no, Jesus probably did not have false beliefs, at least like with that stuff, but he might be talking to an audience where that's not relevant, right? He's trying to give the point spiritually, and so he's not giving them a history lesson. He's not giving them all that stuff, right? So I think he can reference it and not think that it's literal, just like, you know, we've talked about this, like, you know that there's places in the New Testament that reference books that are not in Scripture that the authors believed were real, right?
Yeah.
And like that doesn't bother you. Yeah, like in 2 Timothy, I'll say it's Paul for the sake of argument, right? He mentions Jannes and Jambres, who were the Pharaoh's magicians, right? Now, Exodus never once mentions the names, right? He's getting that from a later, like, apocryphal text. Or maybe it's like Jewish oral tradition. So is that true that their names are Jannes and Jambres, even though Exodus doesn't mention it, and it wouldn't have been like in any of the contemporary sources?
Yeah, because he's being inspired by the Holy Spirit.
So how would Paul know that? I mean, clearly Paul's getting this from older traditions that are not in Scripture, though.
Well, Paul's getting all kinds of metaphysical theology that he never, like, that's...
When you say he's getting like, are you thinking that this is, like, downloaded into his brain? Like, I'm not sure what your idea is.
When he says that the Spirit, when he says the Spirit says expressly, what do you think that means?
I think that Paul has a sincere, when people say that the Spirit told me this, I think Paul has a very sincere feeling in him, and he feels convicted to say something. Okay. Just like many people do.
Right, but he's making claims that he couldn't, there aren't, like, he has no way of, like, he would just be saying stuff. He's going to be making claims about certain truths or show how certain things are being fulfilled in Christ, or how you can just eat whatever you'd like, and some people honor one day over the other, and you can honor any day alike, and that Christ is the substance of the Sabbath, things like that. How can he make claims like that if it's the case that, like, where's he getting the confirmation that those things are true? And
well, it was with discussing it with the disciples, like that he talks about in Galatians. It was with, I mean, he does say that the gospel I preach did not come from man, it comes from heaven. So, like, I think he feels convictions from the Holy Spirit. I mean, there's a few times where he has, like, visions of heaven, but I'm not sure if that's where he's, like, getting information.
So my point is when he's making claims, it's either the case they're inspired and they're, you know, actual true claims, even if they're things that he would have no personal way of validating, or they're not. And I don't.
Well, they can be. I think that they can be inspired, but not like literally historically true. Again, we're talking about like spirit. Like I think the point that Paul is making about, you know, God overcoming Pharaoh's magicians is what he's getting at. Whether like the technical details of was this their actual name is like not as relevant. You know, he may have like inferred that from tradition or whatever, but I don't think it's relevant whether that's their name or not.
Hey, you said Paul said he got his doctrine not from man but from heaven.
He said that in Galatians, yeah.
I thought he said he got his doctrine not from man but from Christ.
When he says from heaven, I think that's what he means.
Okay, but I thought on the page it said from Christ, but yeah, okay.
I have to read the actual wording, but I'm fairly sure that he does say that in Galatians 1.
Okay.
But he does also talk to the other disciples about Christ stuff, so, yeah.
Before you guys change the conversation,
I
just wanted to throw this little tidbit. You go to the Septuagint and read where it says, Yahweh says, I am, and you go to where Christ says, I am in John. Those are two different phrases. I'm going to just go on mute and let y'all do the research, and we can talk about it later. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. I don't want to forget what you just said. The last thing I said on mute, I know Kayla had a question. Whoever wants to come in is totally cool. Just one more thing. So, Caleb, what do you do with the fact that throughout the New Testament it says that you have various people referring to being from certain tribes, okay? So, Paul being from the tribe of Benjamin, you have Jesus being through the line of Judah, it has to be the line of David from the tribe of Judah. Is it the case that that's true? Because these promises were given, and they make it seem as though that needs to be fulfilled. If this is just some lore, that wouldn't make any sense. It would have to be the case. There would have to be a literal historical Judah and King David. Otherwise, it makes no sense, and it makes no sense to put the effort into to try to explain how Jesus is of that line if there isn't any of that line.
if there is no tribe of Judah, so not just the line of David, the tribe of Judah, which means
Well, I
the
do
12
think
tribes.
David existed, by the way, but
No, I know, and I'm
Yeah.
saying not just the line of David, because I know you'll acknowledge that David existed. But
Yeah.
I'm talking about the 12 tribes of Israel. Now we're getting back into the good stuff.
yeah, that's a little harder to. Well, sure, no. The point is to say that the tribes are. I mean, you have people today who will tell you what tribe they're from, right, in Israel.
Well, they claim that.
People-
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, of course, people claim that. People had their own. I don't deny that, like the tribes existed.
Tada thinks she's from the tribe of Judah. Anyway, go ahead.
Why can't you start? Wait, Andrew. Why do you always start with me? Why can't you start with those who claim to be Jewish? Start there. Some of them will say they are from.
I'm not denying that people. I'm not denying people really did like have these denominations and say they were from the tribes. I'm just saying I don't know like if we could confidently say historically that it goes back to like Jesse and his kids, right? Like
you have to say that Jesus is of the tribe of Judah. You have to say that these
but the tribe of Judah is you could dispute the origins of how that whether that was like a gradual evolution during the Babylonian exile or whatever. Like, but of course, by the time of Jesus's presence, like of course there were people who had genealogies that were like claimed to be from Judah that he was part of. Like I don't deny that.
I don't. Okay, but yeah, it just seemed very. It just feels very
changed Judah.
What?
Caleb, you have to believe in Christ as the scriptures have said, Caleb. That's what it says. You got to believe in Christ as the scriptures have said.
Yeah. But hold on, Caleb. What do you say to what Converse just asked you there? Because I
didn't hear what Converse asked me.
I was trying to understand what you were saying there, that like the tribe of Judah changed or something.
No, I'm saying you can have the tribes of Israel without having to like go back to a literal like Jesse had 12 kids and David was from one of them and all that stuff, right? Like you could say that story may have, I don't know, developed over time during like the Second Temple period, and by the time of first century antiquity when Jesus was around, there had been people who would define those tribes and said I'm from this tribe and all that stuff, right? Just like you have Andrew I think it's in the Talmud or maybe it's in the Mishnah, I forget, but you have these Pharisees who talk about the the dry bones in Ezekiel, you know that passage, right? With the bones. Yeah. And there are Pharisees who are arguing about whether this is meant to be a metaphor for Israel's Israel's resurrection, restoration, or whether this is a literal, like this literally happened, right? And there were rabbis who said, no, this did literally happen. And you know what their argument was? We have genealogies where I can trace it backwards, so-and-so was descended from this person who was raised from the dead, right? And they did the same thing. So they could do this thing where they could do genealogy and claim that they were descended from, these people, and that was like their evidence that this was like meant to be literal, not meant to be something like that. No, this is like hundreds of years removed, obviously, but it's just kind of funny, like you can have this happen. Alexander the Great did the exact same thing with like, I think it was Achilles, or maybe Odysseus, right, who are fictional characters from the Iliad and the Odyssey, but people at the time believed that they existed, and you had kings who claimed that they were descended from these people from several generations back, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the Hebrews, I think chapter 7 does say that it's evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, and of the Judites, nothing is said about the priesthood, except for Christ is by the priesthood of Melchizedek and so forth.
Yeah, he was. I'm not denying he's part of the tribe of Judah. I just don't think you have to have like a literal origin founding of Judah for that to be correct.
Yeah, you kind of do if you're making the claim that Jesus is the king, because to prove kingship, you have to have lineage to justify that you're from the royal house or the royal family. And it's always worked that way with kingship. So that's the primary reason for the genealogies of Jesus, is to prove that, yes, he is indeed the king of the Jews, as the accusation that was written on his cross declared.
Isn't it the belief that Joseph was the adopted father? So that's how so it's not literal. It would be that he's the adopted father, so Caleb kind of has a point.
No, it's still literal because he has
different genealogies,
to his mother. So
Matthew and Luke also don't agree on the genealogies.
So throughout the annals of time in the book, all of the genealogies have been of men.
No, that's not true.
Jews actually reckon genealogy matrilineally.
You don't even need that.
No.
I agree.
I'm talking about from the paternal side. to
I
discuss.
agree with you to that, right? But it's not always like that. So you can look at look at First Chronicles chapter 2, verse 34, and it's even a tribe of Judah, where the lineage of Judah, the genealogy, the Toledo there gets passed through.
Because he didn't have any sons.
Right, it went through the daughter.
Right,
so
but
the claim would be Mary doesn't have
inheritance, so that the name stayed with the tribe of Judah and not go to. But that's a exception to the rule, not the rule. But what I'm saying is
the lineage passes through the daughter. No, through the daughter.
No, the lineage passes through the father.
No, the woman, but the father had no sons, and he died.
No. I understand that exception, Converse. I'm not debating that.
I'm saying that's what happened with Mary. Basically.
And that. Right,
Jesus is exceptional too.
You are correct, Charles. I will not take that away from him.
I mean, in fact, he's the most exceptional.
I agree with you. Amen to that as well. But in this particular case, with David, it said it was going to come from the loins, and we all know what that means. So it would. So when they discuss, one of the arguments is that in Luke, that is the Levirate marriage, and that in Matthew, that's Joseph's lineage. So all I'm saying is that Caleb has an argument because Joseph is the adopted father, and he is the one that when Mary and Joseph were going back to Bethlehem, I just want to say. Y'all know the story. It was based off of the kingship through Joseph. And Mary, the only thing we can really determine is that Mary could be a Levite because her cousin was a Levite. So, I don't know.
But
what's the name? Was a Levite? What's her name?
Yeah, you're talking about Elizabeth, Zachariah's wife. But just because they're cousins doesn't mean that Mary's a Levite. That's kind of a belief. Oh no, not at all.
No, I'm not saying like it. No, I'm not saying that in fact. I'm just saying there could be an argument for her being a Levite. You don't think so, Charles?
No, not at all. But if I could give some gentle pushback on a couple of things that you said real quick. Just gently and gentlemanly, because that's how my pushback is gonna be. So Jesus' claim to the throne has to be through his earthly connection, which is his mother, because the New Testament teaches a virgin birth. So therefore, Joseph's genealogy does not result in the progeny Jesus, right? His connection is through his mother. And daughters can be the fruit of a man's body. I'm not going to pretend that the daughter of my son is not the fruit of my body. She definitely is. And I am related to the father of my mother. I am the fruit of his body, even though my only connection to him is through a daughter. So, while the general rule is, of course, a patrilineal reckoning of genealogies, we see that even throughout the genealogies of Jesus. With rare exceptions, do they even include a woman? But we have to acknowledge exceptions to that rule, as the good brother Converse pointed out in First Chronicles chapter 2, which is a great place to point that out. And there's another place where the inheritance of land was up for grabs because a man had no sons and he was a landowner in Israel. And they actually went and convened and had a ruling that the land could go to his daughter. But they had to, thank you.
Sorry,
but that's a heritage.
But that had to be adjudicated, right? Because it was an exception, and we have to agree that because of the virgin birth, Jesus is the most exceptional case that we could even fathom. So it's not going to go according to the general rule. It's going to walk according to the exceptions, because the exceptions are what actually qualify Jesus to be the fruit of David's body through his mother, and therefore heir to the throne.
But Charles, it would be the seed, and women. I mean, women don't carry seed.
I just got a big green verse 15.
You mean to tell me that you don't? You mean to tell me that you don't? And
I just bought this grocery store, and I was really surprised for everyone.
The serpent's head. You mean to tell me that you don't carry your father's seed in you?
She hasn't noticed
Are you serious? So that your children are now relatives of your father.
I give you guys are very own nutritionist and personal trainer.
Oh my God.
Who else told you with those new beds, give you showers, make it a lot more enjoyable? Wow. I mean, what's kind of making this hard for you? A wife and 2 kids. Okay, that's a lot. It's a big decision.
This opportunity will never form ever again. To have this much money in front of us.
I knew it was not going to be that easy. I guess that a year and 2 years.
You contribute to every chromosome, just like your chromosome extra 46.
Games.
Are you in the Matrix, Charles, or is it me?
Hold on, while he's Charles is getting adjusted. Hold on, I promise it'll be like less than 20 seconds. Mark, are you there real fast? He's not.
Sorry, what's up? I wasn't paying attention.
No, you're good. It's fine. All I was going to say is I was just scrolling through Substack and I saw that Ethan said that he reworked his article and that he basically said that I'm not going to, like, you already got debunked and I'm not going to, if you see anything from Mark Ranch or respond to anything I write, you should just assume inferentially that it's probably bad because it's just something that he worded.
Inferentially, word of the day.
I don't know what it is. He just is like he's just a firecracker, isn't he? He's just very, I'd say
It was all ridiculous and childish, and his objections aren't actually any good. But I would expect to take a few days to respond.
I don't have any comments on the actual substance of the argument. I just meant the attitude is what I was kind of taking it back.
Yeah, he's not.
A year ago,
I just saw the Fatima one, but I mean,
He called Mark, where he talked about Mark Grant, who had the most bizarre response imaginable. Like, oh my god, dude.
I guess I'm definitely, and you're stirring the pot quite nicely here, Caleb. I definitely want to jump into this.
Ask you one
thing. You just wanted to bring.
Well, but do you think that Ethan can be a little overly like?
Yeah, that's
I think uncharitable, maybe is the word I'm looking for.
Andrew you're talking about. He loved him some Ethan. That's like talking about his mom.
I will say.
I know he does.
I will say.
If he didn't think homosexuality was a sin, I'm sure he'd marry him. But like it's
what? Just, you know. It's the truth, Charles.
No. It's probably.
He has a second witness for that.
Look, there's probably some truth there, but here's the thing. I haven't really seen him do.
Oh my.
I haven't seen him do the meltdown thing. Ethan's awesome, Charles. Even the people here that are critiquing him recognize.
Watch the debate and then make your decision. Don't let
even people here. Tadad's just out of her brain right now. But even the people here who are critiquing him recognize that he's
very smart. It's just that again, I think that he likes to. He has now gone from like. You know, atheists criticize that to like full on like salesman for Catholicism, and it's not. That's what it is. It's not like a. You know, I don't want to make comparisons here, but I like to think that I'm much more honest. Where I'm like, oh, here's how I see things, guys, and maybe you disagree, but you know, I'm not trying to make any like super strong convictions here. This is just sort of how I see it, right? Because I feel like he has an idea where like people who disagree with him are like basically hellbound heretics, and he has a moral duty to convert as many souls to the gospel.
Something bad about that though.
Caleb,
I think he generally like has I think he thinks that people who disagree with him are like generally like reprobated in my. I don't know. And I just think he's very uncharitable in that stuff. But like, I'm not saying that he's not intelligent. I think he would beat me in a debate if we did it. I actually
I'd like to meet him. Where is he at?
You need to meet him.
Oh, just get. Mark, can you put the link? Mark, can you put the link in the chat so that Charles can watch it?
Yes, please.
I think it would be interesting if I did. I'm sure I could ask potentially Cameron if I ever wanted to do a debate with him on like do miracles vindicate Catholicism, but I know that would be a very hostile audience because Cameron's audience is overwhelmingly going to be in favor of that and they love Ethan. So I don't think it would. It would not be going well in terms of.
There's a guy who does like Protestant. He has Catholics on his platform, but he's a Protestant.
Okay.
I will have
Yeah.
to
Ask you.
But like the Voice of Reason was on his channel, but he has a lot
Yeah.
of, and they do Protestant Catholic debates. So he's
Sure, and I don't know enough about Catholicism to like critique it like fundamentally. It's more about just the miracle stuff, which is what he's trying to do, and obviously like that's. You know, we both kind of share that area, even though I think I was doing it first. That's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He does more of the vindicatory stuff, which is interesting. But I guess I just like he literally in the debate on Fatima, I think he said that we can have moral certainty was the term, and that is like so just crazy to me to think that you can have like that degree. It's like, yeah, I think miracles are a decent argument for theism, but like moral certainty is like such a ridiculously high bar.
How did you get more than one salvation? How were you able to jump that?
Yeah.
Andrew, you see what's happening here, right? Andrew, you see what's happening here with your hero, right? Caleb was the known guy who was going to potentially, allegedly, at some point in the future, do a book on miracles, right?
Yeah.
And he's been outdone by a guy on miracles.
Oh, you think it's a jealousy thing? Yeah, maybe, yeah.
That Ethan guy, man, I'll tell you. And you know, Andrew tore his tracks getting on the horse with Ethan at one time.
No, look, it's fine. We do anyway. I know you are. No, look, I generally think he's a smart guy. I think he's a good writer. I think his stuff's really interesting to read. It's also just different. I do more healing stuff. He does more of the specific, like, vindicatory stuff, which is fine. It's not like a competition or anything. I think it's just the tone and the confidence that he has is where I take issue with it.
And Caleb, even scarier, what if he's right? But yeah.
Andrew, do you believe that there's more than
I
one
already
salvation?
insinuated to you that I already told you that like the other day when we were talking, he was like kind of insinuating that he thinks I'm going to hell. Like, you know, like
yeah. Well, bro, I mean, look, examine yourself, right? So I do think that these you know, I don't just look. I don't think Ethan should be being like rude to people, but if he feels like he needs to jar people and wake them up, maybe that would be the approach. I don't know. I haven't looked at what he said. He hasn't done this stuff that's really condescending in a long time. I haven't seen him be like that. But if that's what it was, if that was
it's just like even interrupting people in debates and stuff like that. Like I feel like he talks for 80% of it, and it's not even like a dialogue; it's like a lecture. Matt Smith is the same thing. I don't know. That's my experience. Maybe
to be fair, Caleb, a lot of time he is just lecturing the people because they need it.
Okay, but see, that's the attitude of the because they need it. I think that's where it's.
No. But I'm saying what I'm saying because no. But what I'm saying.
Caleb, Andrew is falling into those false prophets.
Hold on to that. When I'm saying that he needs it or they need it, I'm saying that they're not up to date with the very material they're there to debate. So the point is he has to inform them about what it is that they're even trying to debate. That actually happens a lot. And like with the debate that he had with the fine tuning guy, the guy who's going to debunk fine tuning, that was just Ethan teaching him through the whole debate.
Sure, I did watch that one. So
yeah. So, but anyway.
Andrew, did you watch the Fatima debate?
Why is this even a big deal? Why can't Caleb just have his like remarks?
We can move on. I don't want to make this a meta. I don't want to make this meta. I don't want to gossip about it.
It's not, and
that would not
be
make
matter of that. Obviously, we can all have our remarks. I'm actually trying to get back to what we were talking about, which is what I want to ask you.
Which is what I want to ask something quickly.
Yeah, go ahead, Charles. Hit it, brother.
Yeah, see, all this time has passed and nobody has acknowledged the undisputed queen of Clubhouse, Queen C'est La Vie. So I just wanted to say hello to her. Like, it's amazing that nobody's acknowledged her. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
I acknowledged her, brought her up and made her a mod.
Yeah, it's because she's such a staple. It's almost goes without saying. It's one of those things.
No, you can't go without saying. We need a verbal.
Shout out to, I want to thank God and my mom and dad for making me.
Hi, Charles. Charles laying it on a little strong here.
He is.
I love it.
It's good. It's good. And you admit we're going to get a little preaching out, Charles, at some point here too. I hope.
You're going to get some good stuff.
We're going to get a mini sermon. I want to hear it. But let me just say this real quick, Caleb. I wanted to ask you. God makes a covenant in the Old Testament. Those are with people, right?
Yep.
Has to be, brother.
What's your objection? You're saying he made a covenant.
It's not my okay. It's not what's my objection. So he's making a covenant with who?
Oh yeah, so there may have been a covenant in ancient Israel. I'm kind of agnostic on that. I think that's what.
How can you be? Jesus says Jesus makes the new covenant in the upper room with his disciples. How can you be agnostic?
The old covenant exists. I'm not saying the old covenant, like, yes,
you just said you're agnostic on it.
Of the old covenant. No, I'm agnostic. Okay, I'm agnostic as to whether like Abraham literally heard the voice of God and like set up a covenant in that way. But like, of course, the Jews had an understanding of the Torah and the Old Testament that came around.
Brother.
Well, Abraham preceded Moses, but.
Wait, Andrew, are you talking about the Abraham covenant or the one with Moses?
I'm talking about whatever covenant you want to say that this specifically is referring to. But in Jeremiah, when he says there will come a time when I will make a new covenant with my people, right? What covenant is being referred to there? The new covenant is the one Christ. Christ says this is the blood of the new covenant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He said the new covenant. Yeah. The old covenant is made by real people, right?
Yes, the Jews at the time of Christ had a covenant. Yeah, the old covenant. Yes.
Yeah, and they made it with somebody. Who was that? Yeah, where'd that happen? Where'd that happen?
Where did the covenant come about?
Yeah, where'd the covenant happen?
Oh, I mean, traditionally it came from Abraham and then like subsequently Moses.
So there was a guy named Abraham. There was a guy named Moses.
They believe. I think that's what the Jewish people believed. Yeah.
No. What? How can you say that's what they believed?
He's getting his panties in his twist.
There wouldn't be a new covenant.
Caleb, do you believe Christ's words when he said, if you believe Moses, you will believe me?
No, he'll just say Moses. It could just be words about Moses is a story. It's like, look.
Andrew, it's wrong.
You got to hear how Caleb is putting this, okay? Caleb's saying that
being very careful in the way that I word.
He's saying that all of the people of the New Testament, maybe even Christ himself, can have a misunderstanding about the historicity of the characters in the Old Testament. They can think that they're literal, but not actually be literal. That's one thing. The other thing is, they may actually just think they're not literal. And they're just saying, hey, you should, if you trusted Moses, you would trust me, or you would know.
That might be true for Christ. I think for the others, they really didn't think they were literal. Christ may, as I say, Christ may or may not have. I think Christ.
Yes, I know, right. That's what I said. I said that, right. I'm fair to what you're saying. But just listen, you're saying, it's kind of weird. So think about if you do the whole metaphor allegory, it's all not literal thing, or a lot of it's not, right, or whatever. Let's just assume the non-literal lens for the Old Testament, and let's say the New Testament people thought that, right? When he says that if you would have believed, if you didn't believe Moses, or what the scriptures say, you're not going to believe if somebody rises from the dead, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, it's kind of weird because. Then you would be saying, here's what you would be saying then, Caleb, check this out. You would be saying that the text that was written about Moses and all of that, right, in the Old Testament, was actually, so it's not literal, it's not historical, but it would have to be divinely inspired because it's telling people about Jesus. It's telling them, the whole point of it is looking forward to Christ. And the only way that could be is if somebody knew the future. So God would have to be the one that's behind that text. But it wouldn't be, you're saying you would have to accept the text as being inspired of God. So you'd be committed to the inspiration of the Old Testament.
You could say that a vision, a spiritual experience. Spiritual journey was, which is understood to refer to Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Hither is supposed to be, in our interpretation, the Ahmadiyya understanding. It's actually a representation of Prophet Muhammad. So it's the Jewish and the Christian dispensation meeting the Muslim dispensation.
Did you, just out of curiosity in your own life, so I think in order to find out what's true, you have to investigate all of the religions. You have to do philosophy to understand what is evidence, what is logic, what is rational to believe. Do you think such a thing is necessary, or do you think that you don't need
such a things to get at the truth?
So research is important, but most people in the world have not studied philosophy. If philosophy was necessary to understand religion, the truth of religion, then I'm afraid most people in the world haven't got the aptitude or the knowledge of philosophy, I should say, to be able to reach the right conclusions if philosophy helps them do that. Religion is can be understood by an average person who uses his reason or her reason to get at the truth.
Do you ever take seriously the idea that, you know, all the religions are just man's fables, that just like the Greeks invented the Greek gods, that Islam invented their own mythology, because that's just a thing cultures do, is invent gods and invent mythologies?
That's a possibility, but I favor the view that prophets came to various people all around the world, and people just corrupted their message over the centuries, over subsequent generations. The original message gets lost, and subsequent generations lose the way.
But do you agree that most cultures have come up with some mythology? Like, if we went to a random Filipino person, their culture came up with some mythology. You go to Armenia, their culture came up with some mythology. Like, every culture has come up with something for explaining the origins of the world and where they go when they die and how to live and who's an in-group member and who's an out-group member. Does it not just seem like a feature of human societies that we make up stories for the answers to those questions?
That's again a possibility to consider, but I favor the view that there were prophets to these various peoples in different lands, different nations. The Quran says that we sent one to all people. And people change the message over time. That's what I said before. That kind of answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, so do you think that every religion was from a prophet that got corrupted? Or were some of them just made up, just whole cloth?
Some of them may be made up, yeah.
I just think it's very, it hurts my soul and brain a little bit. That, like, so there's 2 billion Muslims on Earth, and there's 6 billion non-Muslims. There's 2 billion Christians, there's 6 billion non-Christians. So the majority of people on Earth don't believe what you believe, don't believe any religion. So the default view should just be, well, most people think I'm wrong. I am in the minority, and that I'm probably mistaken, and that the majority is probably right on this matter. The consensus view is just that my shit's not real. Like 6 billion humans on Earth all think, nah, this Islam stuff is all just made up nonsense. And then there's 2 billion people that go, no, this is like the Word of God. But that they are dwarfed in number by the people that think it's made up nonsense. You know?
You know that appeal to majority is usually a logical fallacy, right?
Sometimes it is. I mean, it is some evidence, testimonial evidence, and the weight of consensus is some amount of evidence. It's not as decisive evidence, but it's just like something to consider. It's also worth considering that, like, when you think of the smartest people that ever lived, they don't just all convert to Islam, you know? And the Quran says it gives clear signs. It's a clear book with clear revelations to make you certain of your, you know, it keeps talking about how clear it is and how obvious the signs are. But yet, the greatest thinkers of all time, the great inventors, the great mathematicians, the great philosophers, when they read, it's not like there's some grand pattern of them finding the Quran and converting. So that, again, the Quran says it's clear, and yet they're not converting. I guess it isn't so clear after all.
Well, the Quran says God guides whom He wills, and He lets go astray whom He wills. So He's He's got reasons that why people. He says he does not guide the wicked, the wrongdoers. So people may be doing certain wrong things as a result of which they're not being rightly guided. I don't know. Maybe that's the.
But why would he purposely not rightly guide the smartest people?
Intelligence is one thing and a beneficial thing. The Quran encourages the use of reason and understanding in these matters. But it just doesn't mean that just because someone is using their mind properly in a certain field, that means they're also using their mind properly with regards to God's existence and their relationship with Him.
Yeah, well, one hypothesis is that God is purposely making it obscure for the smartest people that ever lived. Another option is just that the smartest people that ever lived look at the Quran and find it not plausible that the creator of the universe made this, and that your worldview is untrue, and that it can be seen, it can be known by people. Very smart people can just tell this. That's like another hypothesis that explains the data.
I mean, you've asked questions about the Quran, about testimony, about sleeping with slaves, and I've been able to respond to them. And I'm not a particularly intelligent person, I don't think.
I don't know if you've heard of these people: Einstein, Newton, Gauss, Leibniz, Hume, Kant, Wittgenstein, Bertrand Russell, Kurt Gödel, John von Neumann, Richard Feynman, Stephen Hawking, Roger Penrose, Noam Chomsky, Darwin, Blaise Pascal, Spinoza, Turing, Terence Tao, Quine, Popper, Ed Witten, Carl Sagan, Marvin Minsky. I can keep going. There's just unbelievable geniuses. And they just look at the Quran and they go, oh, this is not plausible. And they just don't even think it's even worth kind of discussing. And this is like the general tendency of the smartest people that ever lived to Islam. And some of the smartest Persian minds went away from Islam. People like Al-Razi, Amari, Al-Rawandi, they were part of the Islamic Golden Age in Persia, and they also left Islam. So it seems that when you become more educated in philosophy, in science, more intelligent, you tend to leave Islam rather than joining Islam. And so that's evidence that this is just not true.
I'm not sure these people have studied the Quran and understood it. So far, the questions you have been asking about Islam, the Quran especially, I've been able to respond to satisfactorily, at least to me. And you weren't able to counter the testimony issue or the sleeping with slaves issue. You did mention about slavery. I didn't get a chance to respond to that. The Quran actively encourages the freeing of slaves. In fact,
I looked up the academics of Islam, so people who study the Quran and antiquity, Arabic linguistics, early Islamic history, Quran manuscripts. So I looked at the academics of that, and I saw if people who spend the most time studying these texts in the context, whether they reliably convert to Islam. And the answer is no. Most of them are atheists and don't convert. So again, the Quran says it gives clear signs. And then the people who are studying, the academics that are studying Quranic manuscripts and early Islamic Arabic and all that stuff, people have direct access to all this stuff. They don't convert. Neither do the smartest people that have ever lived convert. And you should just pause and go, the people that are most likely to convert, experts on these manuscripts, and then also just the smartest philosophers ever, they're not converting. Maybe they know something that I don't know. Maybe they have access to different evidence and better arguments that I don't have. And maybe I should be open to maybe Islam's not true. Maybe this is like a superstition. One of the many of thousands of religions that have just been made up by a culture.
So, I became agnostic when I was at university and developed faith after that. say about that?
That you can then lose faith again, that a person changes their mind over their lifetime as they consider more evidence and reason about it more.
I mean, you have to present the evidence of these people and their arguments against the Quran. Leave the hadith aside because, you know, it's not according to the Quran, I'm not going to accept it. So if you can give me evidence from the Quran that, you know, there are flaws that cannot be explained, I might have more reason to sympathize with your view.
Have we talked about the point about how because there's so many religions, the default isn't 50-50. The default is that any religion you consider isn't true. So like if I just randomly open up some random book on some druid religion in ancient Brussels, okay, that's probably not the true religion because most religions are false. So it's not that I need some extreme amounts of evidence to show that Islam is false. The default is that every religion is probably not true and that they need a lot of evidence to go against the fact that there are thousands of religions that are all mutually contradictory to each other. You understand? So the default is if you don't prove that religion, that Islam, the Quran, was created by the creator of the fucking universe, the default is that you just shouldn't believe it.
So, I mean, my knowledge is more related to the Quran than any other book, or about Islam than any other religion. So if you can establish that Islam is false, especially from the Quran, then I would be inclined to sympathize with your view. But if you're just talking hypothetically, that, I mean, my view, I've already explained to you that religions were corrupted over the generations following the prophets. If you can, you know, so there would be some truth in most of the religions, some element of truth in them, which I would find consistency with the Quran, to be consistent with the Quran. If not, then maybe it is a false religion. That's my yardstick. So if you can establish that my yardstick is flawed, I would be more inclined to sympathize with your view.
So I'm very confident that you can just falsify the Quran, but I'm saying that even if I cannot do that, the default should be don't believe that. If I told you right now, I am a prophet of God, you should think probably not, because most people who say they're prophets of God are in fact liars or insane. So the default should be don't believe someone that says they're talking from God unless they show very extreme evidence. But I'm happy to just show you what's wrong with the Quran and why it's just false on its own, like for its own sake. But you should understand that the default is just that you shouldn't believe someone saying that they're a prophet, because most people that say they're prophets are not prophets.
Okay, many I would say are not. Maybe even most, but some are, and that is good enough for me. So
well, I don't think any are, so I mean.
Okay, but you have to prove it. Prove it from the book that actually this book is flawed. The 2 or 3 issues you brought up that we've discussed haven't been enough to convict.
Okay, well, so if you want to look at just very obvious errors, it says that all fruits come in pairs. They don't.
Show me the verse.
Okay, 13:3.
just reading it. Okay, so can you establish that that is false?
Yeah, so what do you think pairs means?
Pairs? Two pairs?
Yeah, so it says every fruit. Allah created fruits of every kind in pairs. What does that mean?
Let me act on that. I need to just put up the thing that didn't find it. There was fruits of every kind. Could be different varieties.
So, I mean, so there's like Granny Smith's apple and a Red Delicious apple. Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I don't think not every fruit has a pair of it. Doesn't have like a complement or a second one. Sometimes you have ones where there's just one variety. Sometimes there's hundreds of varieties. There's not really some system where they all have two varieties.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, so that's it. The Islam's false. It said that every fruit comes in pairs, but they don't.
Okay, you got something else?
Why would I move on from that? That just is enough to settle it.
So I did a search on the Arabic grammar of the words used, Zawjaini Ithnaini, and it says it's a common misconception to say that Quran claims every individual fruit is a twin. The verse uses a dual form, Zawjaini, two pairs or two categories. So I'll have to look into it, what it actually means. It's saying it's a misconception.
I'm saying that there's no reading of it that you could do that where it would ever come out true that every fruit has some sort of pair. Like, there's no reading of it that would save it because there's just nothing about it. It doesn't matter. It could be varieties, it could be genders, it could be, the first ones being two, but there's just no reading. None of those work. So you can pick whatever interpretation you want. None of them are going to come out true. And every fruit has some sort of pair situation going on.
Okay, I'll have to come back to you on that one.
Alright, I'll give you another one. It says in the Quran in 25:53 that Allah is the one who merges the two bodies of water, one fresh water and one salty and bitter, placing between them a barrier that they cannot cross. So it's saying there's salt water and fresh water, and then God put a barrier that they cannot cross. But fresh water and salt water do mix. And if you just look at the Wikipedia page for brackish water, that is the places on earth where they do mix. So the Quran says that they cannot cross the barrier, but yet the Wikipedia page for brackish water shows that they do cross.
Yeah, so you're saying that this is not a barrier that cannot be crossed?
Yeah, they do cross all the time.
You sure about that?
Yeah, look at the Wikipedia page. Actually, I'll just read it to you because I don't need you to go look it up yourself. So this is brackish water. Brackish water, sometimes known as brack water, is water occurring in a natural environment that has more salinity than fresh water, but not as much as seawater. It is the result of mixing seawater with fresh water, such as in estuaries, or it may occur in brackish fossil aquifers. Anyway, there's just a whole bunch of places on Earth where saltwater and freshwater do mix with each other. It's called brackish water. And the Quran says they cannot cross. So it says they cannot cross, but they do cross with each other. It's just an error.
Okay, let's move on from there. Do you have another?
Wait, do you have any comments on the brackish water?
I would have to look into it.
Okay, well, it seems like we've got two issues right now where it seems like the Quran is just false, and you want to just move on. Alright, let's move on to something else. The Quran describes there being 7 skies and 7 earths.
it's Surah Al-Mulk 67:3. Also, it's in Surah Al-Talaq 65:12. There's not 7 earths, there's not 7 skies. There's 1 sky and 1 earth.
Because the number 7 in Arabic and 70 signify multiplicity. So it's not taken literally. It just means a lot.
Okay, well, there's still just 1 earth. There's other planets, but there's just 1 earth.
67:3, did you say?
Yep.
Who has created the 7 heavens in harmony? Just doesn't mention earth.
Well, it says one above the other. So this, I guess, this is where there's 7 heavens, but then the other one says the 7 skies. Sorry, the 7 earths. Surah Al 65:12. The Quran is about the earths. Allah is the one who created 7 heavens in layers, and likewise for the earth.
I will have to go and research these verses. Let me write them down. Could you remind me of the verse for the saltish and brackish water?
Mm-hmm. So for the saltwater one, it's 25:53. 25:53.
And
the pears.
The pear.
It's 13:3.
Okay, got any others?
Yeah. I got a lot. I wrote a whole book on why Islam's not true, so I can literally do this all day. So it said that Adam and Eve were created directly from clay, and they were shaped like with the breath was put into them when they were molded out of clay. But we know that we evolved from apes rather than being made out of clay.
Which verse?
38, 71, and 72. I'll read it to you. Remember, O prophet, when your Lord said to the angels, I'm going to create a human being from clay. And so when I have fashioned him and had a spirit of my own creation breathed into him, fall down in prostration to him. So it's saying that you make the person
I
out of
forgot
clay,
about
shape him,
about the
and put a soul into him,
women and
as opposed to what we know happens with science is that we evolved from monkeys.
Okay, I have.
Oh, I forgot about the women and children, the future of Islamic scamming.
I'm not by any means an evolution scientist, but
Oh, I forgot about the women
my
and children,
understanding
the
is
future
that
of
the
Islamic
Quran
scamming.
talks about creation by means of evolution. So whilst it does not necessarily endorse Darwinian evolution or even creation or development from the
Oh, I
apes,
see. You care.
it does talk about a process of gradual development. So this verse I would read it differently.
Willfully.
I'm about to create man from clay, from the earth, from soil. The Quran talks about creation of all life from water. It talks about
Oh, I see.
creation from
You care
clay,
about
from
humans who are willfully
blackish
ignorant
organic mud.
scammers who demand you accept their
So it talks
worldview or
about
be
the different
killed.
stages
Okay,
in
good.
the creation of
Good choice.
life. And in this particular instance, when I have fashioned him into perfection, right? So when he's already physically perfected, and then have breathed into him of my spirit, may refer to divine revelation, not breathed into it. I don't know what, or the soul, breathe the soul into it, but breathe into it of my spirit, meaning divine revelation. Fall ye down in submission to him. That is referring to a prophet who receives divine revelation. So it's your understanding of the passage which is at flaw here as to what the verse is actually saying.
Don't you think that the natural reading of it is that they made him fashioned a clay object and then put a soul into it, and then that was the person?
I choose pizza with garlic, and my deal with OJ was and is more real than anything a Muslim has ever declared.
Okay, well, maybe the other verses just are contradictory with this. Like, you were assuming that the Quran has to be consistent with itself, but or maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe the book is full of contradictions. Like, that's also possible.
No, on this one I would argue my case based on other verses, along with this verse. This verse is talking about prophethood. So it says the angels all submitted. Angels don't fall in submission to a non-prophet. They do to prophets.
Okay. Other stuff, which is an issue. It says that ants can have human concepts in the Quran. This is Surah Al-Nami 27:18. So I'll just read it to you. And when they came across the valley of ants, an ant warned, "Oh, ants, go quickly to your homes, so Solomon and his armies do not crush you unknowingly." So Solomon smiled in amusement at her words and prayed. So the ant there's an ant, and it understands who Solomon is, understands that Solomon has a name, that there's such a thing as kings, within people with names. He understands the concept of homes and armies. These are human concepts. Now, the way ants communicate is with pheromones. They fart out various smells that make them follow each other. But they don't. No scientist thinks that ants have concepts like this. No.
Yeah, I've looked at this before. Again, not in a great deal of detail. But the interpretation of these verses is that the valley of the ants is actually referring to valley of the tribe known as the ants. And Arabs have these names. Banu Asad means the tribe of the lion. So these kind of names exist in the Arab world. And so reading the Quran, I favor the understanding that this was a valley of a tribe known as the ants. And a member of the tribe said, "O you Nemo," that is the people of the ants, "enter your habitations, lest Solomon and his host crush you whilst they know not." So it's talking about people entering their habitations. Ants don't do this, and Solomon and his army wouldn't be after the ants anyway.
The one problem with your interpretation is that if you stepped on a person or a person's house, you would know that you did it. Whereas if you stepped on an ant, you wouldn't know you did it. So when it says they don't crush you unknowingly, that better is explained by the people you're crushing being so small that you can't see them. That's why it's an unknowing crushing.
No, I don't buy that. I buy that because the response of Solomon is, it's not possible for literal ants to recognize Solomon. So
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's an error.
Well, I'm saying it's just a misunderstanding. In fact, the previous verse says that they were gathered into Solomon, verse number 17. They were gathered into Solomon his house of jinn, men, and birds, and they were formed into separate divisions. So these men and birds and jinn are not actually literal jinn and literal birds. They are the interpretation, which I've looked into before, not recently, but I was convinced that this is not referring to literal birds, because they are his hosts. And actually, it's not just, there's another verse which says that has taught us the language of birds. So, literal birds. It's not literal ants. Move on to another one. You weren't convinced.
So it says in the Quran that just like the Christians think that Jesus is the Messiah, the Jews think that Ezra is the Son of God, but no Jews think that Ezra is the Son of God. There's no evidence that any Jews think that Ezra is the Son of God. And the fact that you're comparing it to a general belief of Christians means you're talking about a general belief of Jews. For example, if I say dogs are like this and cats are like this, I'm talking about dogs and cats in general. So if I say Christians are like this in general, that they think that Jesus is the Messiah, then when I say that Jews think that Ezra is the Messiah, that means in general they think that. And that's definitely not true. Jews do not in general think Ezra is the Son of God.
So I would read it, it mentions the Jews first. It mentions the Christians afterwards. And the Jews had this concept of sons of God. And they were not supposed to take it literally. It meant a servant of God who was close to God. It was not a literal son of God. But if they elevated someone and took the expression more literally, they elevated someone higher than he actually was. And this is what it is indicating. It mentions Jews first because that's where the concept originated from and where the corruption initially happened. And it went full scale with the Christians. So it's not widespread, I agree, amongst the Jews. But apparently there was a group of Jews in Yemen who believed him to be the Son of God.
I've heard that that's not true, and that there's literally zero evidence of any Jewish sect believing this. So you should ask ChatGPT if there any evidence that this is true, and make sure you ask not just do Islamic scholars think it, but do secular academics think it.
Although P, you're quite masculine in a way. No, but in a good, powerful sort of woman way.
We are about the same length. I think my ring finger might even be like slightly longer. I've heard this before. Something like this.
But that's meant to be the
But I don't
testosterone.
think I'm high T. But
you're the most.
She's the high T matriarch of the pack room.
You got more than I have.
Oh my god.
She hates when I make her a matriarch.
I'm never opening another room again. And I'm going to the hormone clinic.
Embrace it. You're a Yukon mom. You're an amazing.
Can you show me the scripture?
No. Did he tell the man to pick up his
I'm not asking who he told. I'm talking about where he himself. Show me where he himself did it.
So clarification, are we referring to physical labor?
All type of physical labor is at work in the context of the scripture. Look at the verse. He got
trained to do any type of physical labor or doing any type of work is breaking the Sabbath.
Okay,
You should not even get up from your bed.
You gonna make the sister talk?
You shouldn't even get up from your bed. You should just lay
You
down
gonna
on
make
your
the
bed all
sister
day.
talk?
at this point, I'm gonna get pissed off. We can't have women getting pissed off on the podcast.
No, but slow down. I mean, I was enough for me tonight. I ain't getting pissed off if I'm not landing my point.
Y'all going down.
Slow down, Steve
I'm
Biscuit.
trying to understand, y'all. God said y'all ain't supposed to cause confusion either. Y'all cause confusion.
From a place of an atheist. So if somebody who actually believes in God will know that God can eat, that's something so easily for God to do. Like that's something that's so light. But since you don't, hold on real quick. So because you don't believe in God and you don't know God, that's why you have that kind of mindset.
Solid, you need to go slow at, okay?
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
But also, if you're saying that God could just save the fish, I agree he could just save the fish, but then he could just save the animals too. So then why is Noah getting them in the ark? If he's just doing little miracles for each fish, then do little miracles for each animal too. The whole purpose of the Noah story makes no sense then.
No, not really, because God could just, when you, like I said, when you're coming from a place of an atheist, you will understand. But when you actually believe in God, God can do what he wants. So if he wants to save two animals, why did he even use water then? Yeah, like I said, like, you know the questions you keep asking why?
Well, why do you keep
because he can. No, I'm just saying because he can. He's God.
But so he didn't even need to use water to clean the earth, right?
Like, you will never get it because you don't believe it. Like, it blows my mind. Like, you're wasting your time. Really and truly.
I think you came into a conversation that was progressing pretty civilly, and you just sound like a retard.
I get it, and I understand.
I get it too.
So, like I was saying, right, if you're coming from a place of an atheist and you don't believe in God, in a million years, you...
Anyway, what do you think about the flood thing?
I'm reading as the Quran is that it was a regional flood, and it's not possible for an ark to contain all the different animal species on Earth anyway. He just took with him pairs of domesticated animals that were needed on the ark for the course of the 40 days or whatever it was that there was going to be a flood in his region.
Okay, what do you think about the fact that it says that meteors are lamps used to pelt devils? That's 67.5.
So it's really referring to, let's have a look. Which verse? This is another one.
67.5.
67.5. 67.5. So this should be understood in the context that actually
Did he know all
angels
these?
behind those
It's like the first time he
angels
was discovering his favorite book.
to make the universe function as it is. So it's really a reference to angels who are behind the planets and stars, which are described as lamps.
Let me read it. We adorned the lowest heaven, so that's the nearest one to us, with lamps, and made them for stoning devils. But like, first off, the meteors are not lamps. Secondly, you're stoning a devil with a meteor. Like that's not. The meteors are just rocks that are floating around the solar system. not like little like lamps for throwing at devils. And also, are devils? Why are they floating in outer space? What is this even? What model is this of the world, such that you have like random devils in outer space that can be hit by rocks? The whole thing is bizarre.
Okay, I read about this recently, but I've forgotten the details, so I'll look into this as well. Okay?
Okay, sure. I'm glad you're willing to look into these things. It says that there's Gog and Magog.
Not to look into.
Are like an army, and then they are behind a wall trapped. So between two mountains, there's a wall made of iron and bronze, for which Gog and Magog, which is like a large number of people, is behind this wall, and that the wall will come down at the day of judgment, and then they will all spill out on the day of judgment. But my thing is, we have satellite images of every square centimeter of this planet. If there was a giant wall holding back an army that was made of bronze and iron, we would have found it by now. But we haven't found it because it doesn't exist, because the story's a myth.
Okay, I'll add that to the last item on my list. What's the verse number?
This is from the Dual Cornane verse, but the exact, it's somewhere in the chapter, which is the Dual Cornane chapter?
18.
Is it 18? Okay. It's in the sort of toward the end of that one. Does it talk about Gog and Magog behind the wall and stuff?
Okay, I initially thought you were going to raise moral objections against the Quran, such as you'd started off with, but I wasn't prepared for these ones, or most of these ones, so I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, but also be open to that. Maybe Islam, don't just try to come up with whatever an apologetics will say to counter them. Like, just, well, your most fundamental duty as a human being is to live in truth and to find out what's true. And if it looks like Islam isn't true, then find something that is true, because the truth is what matters, you know? So don't fall into a trap, you know?
And you keep reading that book.
I mean, if Islam's true, I will absolutely convert to Islam, and that's my duty as a good person, to follow the evidence where it leads me.
All the best to you.
All the best to you, man.
Take care.
See ya. That was the most respectful Islam Sam interaction I've ever had.
Dude, I had the same fucking thing with him, like, Wednesday for like an hour. Same thing, dude. Same tone. I did what you did. I went through his book, we talked, we addressed issues, and he was the same respectful, the same thing, dude. Yep.
Well, hopefully, I mean, he seems like a very nice guy, and hopefully he's also a pretty reasonable guy. Hopefully that with enough conversations he can be reasoned out of it. Now, I'm not holding my breath over this, you know, it's not likely, but I mean, he's willing to say things like it's a regional flood, because how could he fit all the animals in the ark, or ants don't have human concepts, so how could they, probably it's the people called ants. Like, he's willing to be kind of like make, I don't know, so that gives me hope for him, you know, so.
Yeah, no, that's what dude, it's interesting, dude. You and I literally had very similar conversations with him within a week.
People think you're abrasive, honey, but I think you kind of match energy a lot of the time. And if someone's being reasonable to you, you'll be reasonable back, I think.
Yeah, and obviously this is all kind of showtime, and, you know, it's a roast, so, I mean, it just depends on what's going on, and
Yeah, it's reflective, you know.
He's like a rather effective Islam. Go ahead, Sam.
No, you go ahead. Were you listening to that conversation? Did you see how it all went down?
I was listening to a lot of it. I had so a button, but yeah. He's part of like a really weird sect. He thinks that the Mahdi has already come. You know, they're called Ahmadiyya Muslims, and they think that in 1989, a guy named Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in British India is the long-awaited Messiah and Imam Mahdi. So it's a rather interesting fact there. I don't know if that makes him more or less reasonable. I don't know what you would think. Like, it's the one belief the Messiah has arrived in 1989. Does that factor in at all? And how reasonable you think they are?
Well, I mean, a couple things. First off, I was born in 1988, so they got the 1 year off. You know what I'm saying? Like, before when the Messiah came.
You know, you think every Muslim is a Salafi. You know that social Islamic probe is an Ahmadi, and they come from
we were just talking about
school. Yeah, and they don't believe in miracles or any such thing. Like, they see these as visions and theophanies. Like, without studying his school of thought, you thought you could attack him, or at least knowing who he is, with your freaking dumbass points that are made for the literalists, right? So, I mean, he's obviously laughing at you.
We had a very respectful conversation, Argus. So
he's always respectful to even the biggest fool on earth.
Yeah, so we had a nice conversation. He had never heard of a lot of the things I brought up. So, you know, like the salt water, fresh water, all fruits are in pairs, Gog Mahog behind the wall, stars are used to kill devils.
He's a hafiz. You can tell him, just utter a word and he'll tell you where it is in the Quran. He was so respectful to you that he was such as known for it. He's on Discord.
I had to tell him multiple times.
Okay, you don't know him. He's a yes, because he was respecting you.
No. He just didn't know where they were in the Quran. You're wrong with this one.
Yeah.
It would have been really nice if he knew everything in the Quran where it was, because then I wouldn't have had to look up where the verses were each time. It would have been convenient. But yeah, I think Mahdi has already come, and his name is Mahdi, and we just have like the worst prophet of all. You know what I mean? Like the Muslims got fucked by just having like, this terrible Mahdi. You know? Like imagine he comes down from heaven. It's like, you were fools. How could you believe this? You know, like. Daniel, you there, brother?
Yo.
Did you see? Check your messages on Discord because I found an Ethan Muse clone that I want to show you.
Alright, give me just a few minutes.
Oh my god, baby.
Hey Sam, have you ever talked with this guy Muhammad?
I've talked to many Muhammads in my day, but I don't know. You're the one in the audience.
Popular name for Muslim guys. Have you talked with Muhammad Adam, who's in the audience right now?
Maybe not. I'm not sure.
You should engage with him and see what you think.
Even goofy. What are you laughing at?
I'm guessing. I somehow doubt that Honey is being like, oh yeah, it'll be a lovely, respectful guy. I think.
Well, I don't think he's as bad as Mahdi, but I don't think he's as smart as Mahdi, so you can't do what Mahdi does.
It might be.
I think he's like 19 and he's like a gamer or something, so he just like says stupid shit.
Something that a little bit bothers me about these Islam debates is like the best arguments against Islam are just like literally too abstract for most Muslims to be able to grapple with. So here's what would be my favorite argument against Islam. all of the features of the Quran, if you have two hypotheses, that a human wrote it and that God wrote it, the human explanation requires way fewer assumptions and way fewer like auxiliary like parts of the hypothesis. Like it explains all the data with no auxiliary assumptions needed, whereas the divine hypothesis requires like hundreds of extra auxiliary hypotheses to justify it.
You're hot, Mike.
And like this is just like not a point that they like understand that like you would have you would compare two hypotheses by explanatory power and number of auxiliary hypotheses needed to like prop up the theory. You know, like it's just like not, it's too abstract. So I just never bring it up, you know?
Well, what's funny is like on one hand, it's almost like they act like they understand that that's the case because, you know, it's so simple and obvious, but that's really not what they believe. You know, like they'll tell you on one hand that you should get it. Oh, have you even read the Quran? And then on the other hand, it's like you got to be like some amazing academic and you got to look extra Quranically and all this stuff as well.
Yeah. So I have it written out like this, that a human author would produce a text that reflects local culture, norms, animals, politics, revises itself over 20 years as circumstances change, contains ambiguity and abrogation, uses, you know, threats and insults and loyalty enforcement, grants special privileges to the leader, borrows and reshapes existing myths and stories, shows stylistic evolution over time, needs scholars to fix and harmonize and reinterpret it, relies on unreliable oral tradition, has no knowledge beyond its horizon of its era, inspires civil conflict after the leader's death. Like all of that, just like directly, if you know, you have the human hypothesis, all of that just like naturally follows from it. You don't need to like throw in extra assumptions or extra like, there's nothing that, it just smoothly follows from it. Whereas when you have the divine hypothesis, it's like, okay, God purposely chose ambiguity while claiming clarity. God uses purposely chosen error-prone oral transmission for mandatory guidance for some reason. God revised his perfect rules for some reason, and then stopped revising for forever for some reason. God allowed false world models into his tags. Like, you just have to keep adding in like excuses and theories to justify these different things. Whereas the human one, it just everything is entailed by the, like a human wrote it, so all of that would be expected, you know?
Interesting. Did you say you wrote that this is like a essay or something? Like what is this? You just did you do this on paper or is this like a
yeah.
What is
that? Everything, bro. Like, what do you think?
Interesting. Like, where is this like in some kind of like academic paper you wrote, or is this just for yourself, or what? Because I kind of want to see it. I think that's cool. I want to assess it and like use it.
Sure. I'll send you.
Okay. Like, do you think that, Mohammed, I just want to make sure. So earlier when I first said you believe that your prophet can mistake an angel for a jinn, you said, when did I ever say that? Genius. And then when I reminded you that we already covered this, now you're conceding and now you're saying, oh yeah, why is that a problem? Right? See, like that kind of level stuff is just pretty dishonest and, you know, not really cool, bro.
Yeah, so Honey Badger, I linked my like book that I wrote for Why Islam's False at the top. And then the thing I said where I compared the two hypotheses fact to fact, that's in the summary at the top of the page. There's like a shorter summary of the entire book where I compare the two hypotheses next to each other.
Awesome, dude. I just saved it to my notes. Thanks.
Nice.
Okay, wait, just tell me the detail again. So I took what you put in there, and then what did you say? Was there like extra stuff?
So at the top of the page of the document, so the document's like really long. But then there's at the top of it, there's a shorter summary, which is a link. You try to. It says why Islam is false. Shorter summary can be found here. You know, and you can.
I'll put that right now. There you go.
Yeah.
Sweet, dude. That's gonna be great. I love this. Is like, cause I didn't even crack a Quran until like the last 2 years. So it's been interesting reading it because it's really not that interesting yet. It's supposed to be extremely interesting.
It's horribly written. It's really boring and repetitive. It literally keeps over and over saying how I'm going to be burned to death and tortured over and over. It just keeps repeating that over and over.
Well, it really wants to, drive the point home. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it really drives it home. I didn't. You need to keep telling me. I didn't know that was your stance, Quran.
Okay, how's this one? What is, because you know a lot more about this than I do, obviously, you wrote a book about this shit. What is the most oppressive thing that, here's my position. My position is, if God, or a divine of anything divine, or something was divinely written, right, is real, if it really is that, if that is the case, then I would expect something impressive and accurate and scientifically compelling to come from it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they say. I'm in line. That's aligned with what they tell me. So what is it, right? And it's never anything that impressive. So is there something that you believe is at least like a 6 or 7 out of 11?
No, I think literally there's nothing scientifically interesting in any way in the Quran. The best that they have, I would say, is when there's let me find the exact verse. Okay, so they think that the expanded universe is predicted by the Quran. Okay, it says we built the heaven with power, and we built the heaven with power. We are its expander. Okay, and he's saying that means that they predicted the expansion of the universe. So first off, it could just mean that when you make something, you expand it. So it could just be that. Secondly, many different translations of that have it as we made the universe vast, we made the universe ample, we made the universe big. So many translations of it aren't even that they has expanding in it. Okay. The Lamusiun in classical Arabic equals possessors of vast power and abundance, expanding space-time. And then early tafsir never mentioned the cosmology of that or the expanding universe. So it just, it's you take a word that means we made the universe ample and big and try to turn that into we've predicted the expansionary Big Bang model and shit like that. No, you didn't do that. You just, you know what I mean? It's always shit like that where they're trying to take a really vague word that has always been translated one way, and then after the discoveries in the 20th century or 21st century of things, to say, oh yeah, we predicted it all along. It's always that. It's always fucking that. You know?
Yep. Oh yeah, always. And isn't there something even more like accurately depicted in like the Bhagavad Gita about something like maybe the age of the earth or the age of something? Like there's actually something that's in the ballpark that is more concise and is scientifically rigorous and not as embellished and vague.
There's something like that, but I don't remember exactly what it is, and it also isn't accurate. You know, like last time I looked into it, it was not.
Right. It's still inaccurate, yet it's like a 7.1 out of 11 instead of like a 4. You know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. There's one thing which is really cool in one Hindu text, or maybe it was Buddhist text. I think it was Hindu. They said, "How long is a kalpa?" And a kalpa is like one of the eons of the universe, or whatever. And they said, okay, you take a mountain, and then once a year, you rub the mountain with a piece of like basically tissue paper, okay? And then when you've rubbed the mountain until it's nothing but dust, that's how long a kalpa is. And it's a very poetic idea, but also I love that they are able to think about numbers that big. Because usually people in the ancient world just aren't thinking on that fucking level of, you know, length time, you know? So I just like it for that.
Oh, the what kind of the what? A kalpa? What did you say?
Kalpa, kalpa.
And you wipe it with a tissue. Wait, I gotta hold on.
Okay, you asked. The sage is asked, how long is a kalpa? And he says, if you rubbed a mountain with a piece of tissue paper once a year, by the time you should have rubbed it to dust,
yeah,
that's how long the kalpa would be. You know?
Like infinite.
Yeah, it's like an obscenely long, like trillions of years.
And so what's the highlight on that piece? What do they use it as some kind of measurement for something, or what's the deal?
Well, I just think it's cool that they're thinking about cosmic time as like usually most ancient religions think that shit's not that old. So it's kind of nice that they're able to reason about it like that. I'll give you like an example of that. So the ancient Greeks actually did posit maybe the Earth goes around the sun, but what they said was, well, if the Earth was going around the sun, we would see the stars in the background moving because we were moving so much. We would see the stars moving, and if the stars were closer, they would be right, but because the stars are like light years away, that's not true. And so they just didn't fathom that the universe was as big as it is. So it's kind of like one of these things where like ancient peoples just thought things were smaller in scale than they actually are. You know?
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. It's wild. I mean, it's kind of like us now. Like we're like, holy crap, we don't know shit. You know. That kalpa thing that's interesting is like a day of Brahma, like in Brahmin days, like the Brahma. Yeah, interesting. Hey, at least they were, you know, that's pretty good. I mean, at least they got that far. You know, that's pretty good.
I'm a big fan of Hinduism, and I think Hinduism is a way more interesting religion than Islam, both like philosophically, morally, like basically in every way possible that a religion can be better than another religion.
Oh yeah. I mean, and I'm not even interested in really talking to Hindus just because I'm sure it would probably be a colorfully pleasant talk that wouldn't really be too confrontational, you know?
Yeah. And they think that there's like, you know, like partial souls inside rocks, and I go like, okay, well, like that's not a big deal. I don't need to like fight you on that. Like it's whatever. Like, like whatever, bro.
Which is kind of interesting, really, because honestly, I've said even in a serious way that I believe that like reincarnation is actually more reasonable and plausible than the eternal afterlife, God, Yahweh, heaven and hell concept.
Yeah.
And it could kind of go into that, you know, like DNA is kind of a trip, even just on a real scientific level. If you think about it as memory, like what's going on there, you know, like even, I don't know, there's tons of shit we don't know about, but like, that's interesting. Partial souls in rocks. It's almost like they're just, it's like the anthropomorphizing of physics again, you know?
Yeah. One thing that's annoying about Hinduism is like there's so many different sects of it that it's very hard to characterize it as a whole because it's like, oh yeah, well this guy thinks this, this guy thinks this, whatever. But in general, you got to think of it as like they rhyme with each other. They're influencing of each other. They're riffs on each other. You know, so you can kind of talk about general tendencies. And that in general, Hinduism tends to be nonviolent and about, you know, good karma, doing your dharma, reaching enlightenment, you know, very reasonable goals, at least much more reasonable than, you know, using violence to spread jihad. You know, jihad.
Yeah, I mean, Islam seems a lot like a militant version of Calvinism or something.
Yeah. It's kind of unfunny that in Islam the Protestants won, whereas in Christianity the Catholics won, pretty much. What I'm kind of getting at is that like the Shias, the Sunnis are more like the Protestants, where they like sola scriptura, you know, everyone can read the Quran, whatever. Whereas the Shias are more like, no, you need an expert to tell you what the Quran says. It's more like the Catholic Church.
Yeah, see, I don't even know much about that. I haven't really looked at that too much. Oh, now I see. I said this, someone had said something about Mikhail still defend the Trinity, and I thought he was referring to Daniel up here with Mikhail's picture. I didn't even see the freaking thing at the top. The poll. Did Mikhail get, he's off the app, huh?
I hope he's off the app. He's one of the most odious people I've ever had the misfortune of meeting.
I must just feel bad for the guy.
Why?
Because he seems just, like, damaged and angry.
Fair enough.
I mean, he's obviously rancid and mean and stuff, and won't shut the fuck up, but, you know, I mean, probably just feel, you know, like, poor guy, you know.
He kept trying to get me to debate him on Islam. And I was just like, bro, you literally have, to my face, defended the rape of political prisoners, killing of apostates, the Holocaust denial, like just the most fucking vile shit, you know? Like having sex with 9-year-olds. He's defended all of it. Like, why would I want to talk to you? You're just like a kind of gross, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost unbelievable, right? That's what I mean. It's like so extreme, and he's just so like, it's just weird. Like he can't really believe that stuff and take himself seriously. He has to be, you know, fronting.
I don't know, man. I think people do believe stupid shit, though.
The woman is dead.
I think there's like an IQ empathy band where like you can only empathize with someone of like a similar IQ as you, and if someone's like sufficiently stupid, you just like no, you lose your ability to empathize with them, and that's why you're tempted to say, oh, he doesn't really believe it. He doesn't like. It's like no, you're just too smart to fucking like fully understand a mind like that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, when I first, dude, I used to say that more, and now I'm actually more open to believing that they actually do believe this shit that comes out of their mouths. Because I've had people that I respect on here be like, you know, no, dude, you gotta understand, these people do believe this, bro. I'm like, really? What? Wow, fucking crazy.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, peace. Have a good night, dude.
Good night, brother. Dan, you there, man? Danny boy. Danny boy. Hey, Danny.
Come on, yo. Very few weeks. I need good faith conversation. So now, let me, so the point is this, right? No, show me the data.
Soft hair, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall. Nothing to impress. Eyes on a point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a reed, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow deep breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you are steady now. Soft inhale, count it in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on a point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow, deep breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still it only sound. Feel like water, you will not break down. Notice every inch where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen inside. Neck like a reed, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. On a mind like water, follow gravity down. Count it out. 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking. You just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around. You can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just a wave that rolls on through. Bend like water. Quiet room, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength, every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy, Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called unknown, love in the center. Breathe in all the scattered pieces. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called unknown, love in the center, soft but so strong. I am.
make more. You just said they make more, and so when I just said I didn't say that.
You said there are
New college degree graduates, bachelor degree graduates.
Oh, now you added the word new. Okay.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah. That is true. But the new college graduates, they're not able to get jobs the way that previous college graduates were. And so people that are in trades where AI, cannot take over, and they're not losing their jobs. The H-1B1, immigrants. Yes, people. It is much harder for new college graduates to get a fucking job.
And Jarl probably supports, free college education from people who don't go to college because the college kids,
whose fault is that?
Can't afford to pay for it.
Whose fault is that?
Here's the fault. Because college graduates can't afford their student loans, and here's why. Because when they get out and they get hired and they get that $80, $90, $120, $140,000 job, they go, I want that car. I want that house. I want that watch. I want those shoes. I want that purse. I want to go to that place. And then all of a sudden they say, I
student
can't.
loans over the desires of their pay scale.
Then they should pay their damn student loans first.
Yeah,
How about that? It's called
that's
responsibility.
their problem. That's not our problem.
But I do want to go back to him saying that that China makes things that make American citizens more comfortable. Because I want to go back to the point that we have sold a lot of jobs over.
What kind of TV you got?
Wait, hold on.
What kind of TV you got?
What kind of TV?
Yeah, what kind of TV you got on your wall?
Is it a Samsung or a Hisense?
I have a Korean TV.
See what I'm saying?
A Samsung.
No, I can.
All Asiatic shit, bro.
But I'm just autistic.
That's what I'm saying. No,
Do you have American TV? Do you have American TV?
No, we don't have American TVs anymore. Because they're all made in China. That's my point. No matter what brand of TV that you buy, it fucking says it was manufactured in China.
Yeah, all of them are trash.
Even if it was.
Yeah, but there's a reason we can afford these cheap fucking TVs. Is because
Okay, but we can afford them too.
We can't anymore.
No, okay, this is fucking retarded. There's a reason why we outsourced labor. It made the products cheaper, and of course, it made the people that were selling it more money.
Right,
sucks, but
The problem is greed, bro. Because when we had shit made in America, our shit was better, bro. We care about, we care about what we make for each other as Americans, whether we're white, black, or what the fuck ever. But this is a white, black nation.
Yeah.
America.
That's right. I'm sorry.
All these fucking immigrants are a problem. Listen to what I'm saying, Gerald. Listen to what I'm saying.
People that's in America right now.
Here's the reciprocity.
Your statistic was incorrect, Ice. You should probably not trust MLM ads for your stats. It's in the chat. Joby posted it. I looked it up.
I think that
You're wrong.
I think that he's very qualified to answer everything that he's answered to, and if he knew,
Well, I'd like to see the
he would
source.
shut the fuck up.
But I want to see your papers. Show me your source then.
Show me your
papers.
This is what I'm saying. Y'all getting caught up on the wrong shit. This is how we never make progress. Because if we want to defend everybody and what they do or don't do, who gives a fuck what he does? What we're talking about is real American issues right now. Not what the fuck he does for a living. Or if he's qualified to give a fucking quote on a stat. Who cares about stats? Stats ain't helping.
I kind of like stats.
He cares a lot about stats.
You just made it up, but I'm on your
Look,
Stats drive the decision. Stats drive the decision. Don't be
That's the fucking problem that we got in America. The stats drive all the fucking decisions. That's why the fucking NBA sucks now.
Wow, wow.
All right, now that's a non sequitur.
It's not about what you can do.
That was a non sequitur I didn't see coming. I did not see that
matter. The NBA sucks because they think about stats too fucking much now.
That's right. And that's why, that's why the first round was on Amazon Prime and nobody can watch it.
Be better. No, it's not. Hell yeah, they want to be the best player, bro. No, it's not. Nigga, I want to go score 25.
Wow.
Like Shea Alexander.
Well, you called him the N-word. You called him the N-word.
Everybody can't do that shit. You want to do it, but you can't do it. Because you're not built like that. Everybody's not built to be the top scorer in the fucking NBA. I don't want to be no top scorer.
Is he mad or what? Or
How do you know he's not built like that?
mad
It's the
or
point that everybody, listen, this is what I'm telling you. But this is my little cousin.
How do you know he's not a built N-word? Maybe he's a built N-word. You don't know.
wow?
Listen, I never built like that, actually. No, you're not. It's 125. Yeah, no, you can't. Okay, well, you didn't say football. You play good in football, but you can't play basketball.
Wow.
You're a football player. Stick to that.
Go Irish. Go Irish.
We got an arena league. They waiting for you. Why do you listen to Tom?
Okay. You're fresh. Hey, real quick, for you right-wing cocksuckers, just real quick, America just shot down the damn Iranian fucking, what's this shit? They shot down
another one, the plane, the drone.
No, not the plane. They shot down a damn
the drone.
I think it was an oil.
So did you notice, Brianna,
Oil
that
tanker.
David's the only cocksucker who responded?
Oh, is it?
No, for the record.
Wait, you are that faggot, Dave.
No. For the record, I don't.
Oh yeah, every time I say faggot, he always says, whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you should be nice to people who are in
You got sugar in your tank, bro. Like, have you ever ate steak before?
Medium rare.
You need to build the testosterone. You sound like a pussy.
Whoa.
Listen, man.
Hey,
Everybody.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Don't say the P word.
Shut up, pussy.
What the fuck? I like to hear that shit.
No, I'm sorry.
I ain't gonna lie. I like when.
I hate when Dave's talk, man. He sounds like a fucking faggot, man.
Okay.
That's why
Okay, first of all,
One second.
moderator, you're not allowed to say the P word. You
No,
can't say
we
the P
need to
word.
bring shaming back. Like we have like white.
I do think that faggot is a shameful word, and I think we should use it more often.
Oh, hell no.
Faggot's one of my favorite words.
I think that we should bring faggot back.
Make that brand.
One of my favorite words. Cocksucker, crack baby.
Wow.
Those are my favorite words.
Wow.
Whenever I say faggot on your people,
I'm taking really good for a good word. Cocksucker. I think cocksucker is a good phrase to use. Especially when you just see a man and you know he's a dick sucker. You just want to call him a cocksucker.
Yeah, if Joe Schmo is if Joe Schmo is S in the D, then he's got issues. I'm just saying.
I bet you don't have a mustache or a beard, do you, David?
No, you don't.
No, of course not. No, I don't have any.
He's supposed to be a cocksucker, fag.
My father, I'm not allowed to even have tattoos. So
your father ain't allowed to what?
Yeah, don't get a tattoo.
Yeah, he's like, no bueno,
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Oh, your daddy's Mexican and he won't let you have tattoos? He's probably got
no tattoos. Yeah.
No, tattoos are disgusting.
tattoos are bad.
It says something about your character to have it. No offense to anybody who has a tattoo in this room, but yeah, no tattoos.
Well, yeah, because that's not the way God made us.
That's right.
Remember what my boy Donnie T said to Barron Trump: no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes, and no tattoos.
Yeah, Barron Trump doesn't have a tattoo, so
Oh man,
He went to NYU.
America operates off drugs. What you talking about? White people love drugs. White people do more drugs than anybody else in America.
Where did crack baby come from?
Bullshit.
Where did the term crack baby come from?
Crack baby comes from Yes, he got him.
See, that's racist. That's racist.
That's it. Shut the fuck up. Crack baby comes from bitches that do crack and have babies.
Wow. Don't blame the girl.
Well, how else do you have a crack baby? You don't have a crack baby because the man was smoking crack.
Right, right. And it's
You have a crack baby. You have a crack baby because a woman was smoking crack while she was pregnant, and the baby's addicted to it.
You don't know
That's how you
that.
have a crack baby. Yes, the
You
fuck
don't
I
know
do
that.
What happens?
I know that.
What
I
happens?
do know that. I do know that. Every woman that I ever knew that done drugs and had a baby that was strung out on the drugs that she was doing.
And every woman that is innocent and clean that fucks around with an idiot.
You never had a fucking retard
that song.
by a man.
Crack rock.
Retardation comes from women and the shit they do while she's pregnant with the child.
We don't say the R word. We don't
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No,
Listen,
it is not.
listen.
Not listening.
No, listen.
Not gonna listen. Not gonna listen.
I know because your tongue is so fat you can't even hardly breathe. Shut up.
I do have a list. Thank you very much.
I know because your tongue is
Be
fat.
nice. Be nice. Be nice.
No, I'm tired of these retarded.
You know what? You can kiss my royal asshole. You can kiss my royal
And I
asshole.
would if your ass didn't smell so bad.
Oh, be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
If you clean it, you can get it A. But you don't know how to wash your ass good. That's why nobody sees her ass, because her ass is dirty.
Why would somebody want?
Why would you want to eat? What the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking weirdo?
Why would you want?
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with me. I know how to please a woman.
Your lips don't get shriveled up and
Man, this guy voted for Kamala.
No, he really.
Hey, come on. I would never vote for a woman. Are you dumb?
what the fuck her ass
Retarded.
is weirdo shit, man.
I wouldn't vote for a woman. Women can't lead a nation.
What about Hillary Clinton? Did you vote for Hillary Clinton?
Hillary Clinton ain't never led this nation. She led Bill Clinton. She was the Secretary of Defense or some shit like that. Secretary of State.
Yeah.
That's a whole.
That's a paper pushing motherfucker.
You know Hillary Clinton.
And her husband had with the woman that asked the D in the Oval Office.
Yeah, Chelsea Clinton, nigga. Chelsea.
Chelsea
Chelsea Clinton, but with Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah, she was asking me the D in the Oval Office.
Listen, man. Every president fucked a bitch in the Oval Office that ever was the president.
Yeah, look at JFK. JFK was, with Marilyn
the best
Monroe.
president we ever had.
He was messing with the underage.
Really, I think.
Allegedly.
I think Trump was the best one we have.
Well, what about?
I don't think so.
Nobody.
But I think Trump is doing a lot of good things, even though I don't like the way he supports Israel.
John Bishop, what's good, man?
I was asking you, Riyabia, why do you think JFK's wife wasn't a woman? Want to know why you think Mrs. Kennedy wasn't a woman?
About terrorizing people. Why do you support a fucking Central Intelligence Agency that goes around terrorizing people?
Are you talking about the LGBTQIA plus people?
Well, they are like the CIA. Concentrated in America.
Dumbass gonna be investigated too.
Palantir is
Congressman have, bitch.
Well, Palantir is doing the Lord's work, you know. Palantir is a great company. Yeah, Palantir is. I have friends who work in Palantir, and I won't say what they're doing, but they're doing like amazing things. Yeah, they are a great company. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And I'm proud to be an investor of Palantir. That's right. That's right. I'm also proud to be an investor of Palantir.
So what do you think about that, Riyabia? Many people in this room are investors in Palantir, the preferred software for CIA, FBI, IRS, many agencies. What do you think about all these awesome people in this room who are investing for their future without you, Riyabia? What do you think?
What the fuck you have to say? I mean, you're fucking retarded. You're like John Kitover, man. Like, I'm surprised that your brain cells haven't been fried.
That's Congressperson John Kitover.
With 75 fucking
Mayoral candidate of Chicago. At least we're doing something with our cell phones than coming on them and complaining all day like you, Riyabia.
Fucking radiation. This motherfucker's about to turn into what was it, Jekyll and Hyde? About to turn into Hyde and shit one day, man.
No, that's projection, Riyabia. You're talking about yourself again, as always. You're a self-centered narcissist projector.
Jekyll the bad person or Jekyll the good person? Calm down.
You know what I'm gonna do in my life? I'm gonna go up and be a failed congressman. Cosplay as a Congress member. And then I'm gonna have 50 people recording every role and try to put it up on YouTube and try to gain some kind of popularity on YouTube and shit. What kind of loser does that shit?
Would you
This loser.
Hey, think of this though, John Bitch. You know I could go up and post up a YouTube page and gain followers just like that.
Yeah,
I actually have skill.
You see, some people are just what they say they are. Some people are what they do. And now that I'm running for mayor of Chicago, I will have a voice nationally as a candidate for the mayoralship of Chicago. Unlike you, a disgusting chaos agent with a disgusting Mariah Carey mole on her face. Go get a job or do something with your life. At least get out of the Chinese restaurant every once in a while. Try some other cuisine, Riyabia. You might like it. Get a new PTR. I don't know. Maybe get some earbuds. Go to the gym. Try to get some exfoliation for that disgusting complexion of yours. Things will turn around. You'll see, Riyabia.
In support of organization.
I have a friend who works for.
And it goes around terrorizing people.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I have a friend who works for David Morgan.
An intelligence agency, right, that supports the international banking cartel.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Who the fuck are you to tell? Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
The same bankers that are sitting up here funding all these fucking wars, you know, sitting up here funding.
They're willing to loan money in situations where people are willing.
They're loaning money. No, they're literally giving money to these war campaigns at these fake.
For the record, they're not giving money. They're loaning.
Most of these fucking leaders don't. You know, that's who they answer to. They don't control shit. Did you vote for Kamala? I don't vote for Kamala. You goofy ass retarded motherfucker.
Hell no. I'm a volunteer.
Fuck votes in 2026. You know these elections are rigged, right? You know these elections are predetermined, right? You ever watch WWE where you're watching two guys in a wrestling match, but there's a predetermined, there's all kinds of promos, and there's a match, but it's already predetermined who's gonna win. Same shit with
you realize you know who my profile picture is, right?
Yeah. I mean, why not? Why don't we put 80-year-old fucking Ric Flair in office? We got a 10-year-old senile psychopath in office right now.
Who predetermined Trump was going to be president?
The bankers,
He went down the escalator and all of a sudden he was the president of the United
the
States.
Jesuit order, the same order that he's a part of, that he acknowledges. Maybe that's what I'm talking about.
Still salty though.
Hey, but you know what's funny?
The
Not
longer you
in
take the
one sense did I sit up there and say the Jews, because the Jews don't run shit.
Oh,
The Jews
wow. Hold on.
The Jews don't run shit. The Jews, the Jews are nothing but a bunch of NASCAR cosplaying motherfuckers.
With all due respect,
Take orders from the Catholic Church. And then, of course, I'm sitting up here trying to vouch for you fake ass Jews, and you sitting up here crying. You sitting up here crying when I'm sitting up here saying y'all don't sit up here and run shit. You really don't.
As a Roman Catholic, I heard what the Pope was saying, and I get it, but he's not taking any. He's not taking.
You've heard of the Jesuits, right?
Yeah, of course.
They're the ones that control this shit.
Well, no, that's not true. That's true. I have some friends who are Jesuits in the Vatican. They're not controlling anything.
They're controlling.
No, it's not. Well, they have
people that you know are not able to understand how much control they got.
Ray, they're not more anti-Semitic than saying the Jews running it, everything.
The Jews do run everything. They control the money. The Rothschild family. They fucking Jews.
You heard me speaking, right?
They're fucking Khazars, boy. They're children of Japhet.
Hey, drop that rude guy. Run everything is to say that Jews don't run everything.
They do run everything, mother. Stop lying.
Now, real quick, Alan, real quick. So, I say that to say this. When you look at the bankers, there's not many Jewish bankers out there. That's
I'm thankful to be. For the record, they don't run everything. For the record.
Yes, they do, motherfucker. The Rothschilds control every central banking system on the fucking planet.
Well, the Rothschilds, when you can look up their name, is Red Shield.
They have no. Even I know the Rothschilds. I don't know them, but.
They're fucking Jews.
They're a banker.
They're Ashkenazis. Shut your fucking mouth.
Their fucking name, Rothschild, really means red shield, right? Who wear the red shield as their symbol?
Hulk Hogan?
Oh no. Doesn't the Templar Knights wear the red shield? The same.
They do.
The same. That was.
He's a real American. He's a real American. That's right. He's a real American. I'm a real American.
Yeah. And Hulk Hogan was sacrificed ritualistically, by the way.
Motherfucker, I am a real American. Bitch.
Yeah,
you white people.
He was a
You white people are not real Americans. You motherfuckers are occupying our territory, which your government called the United States.
Real America. Well, that's your government as well. I don't know if
no, it's not. Nigga, I am a prisoner of war.
Hey, Hulk Hogan looked like he was 50 at the age of 32. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm down.
that motherfucker was on the steroids in there.
I'm a real that's when steroids was running. It wasn't illegal to have steroids, right?
Alright, don't do it.
Don't take steroids if you want to live.
Just take the rice and mix it with the my bad, I'm from my cousin.
I expect your apologies.
I didn't apologize to you, gang.
By the way, Ric Flair, as racist as he was, he had way more fucking stuff.
Well, his daughter, the Charlotte Flair. Oh, well, let's go.
It don't matter because all the racist men's daughters get fucked by us.
Tall, retarded bitch is on shit too.
It doesn't matter. All the white men that are racist, their daughters get fucked by a black dick. So who cares? Who cares? They all got mixed race babies because their daughters come wanting to fuck us and we knock them up.
Hey, boy, hey.
Now he has to deal every day with look at my black face in his daughter's child.
Seattle. bunch of white women that like black men.
White women like black men everywhere.
You know,
Yeah, but
there
here
was,
that interracial dating is way more prevalent than any other place.
Interracial dating is prevalent all across America.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's been more prevalent up here going back to the 70s.
Point of order, little housekeeping is in order. This house does not show up in the hallway. It is private. I would like to make a suggestion to the moderators that you turn the house public. Thank you.
How many white girls did you knock up in Seattle? Did you get a baby by one of them?
Well, I don't have a baby by one of them.
That's what I'm saying. We just be fucking these hoes.
I mean, all the
goofies be getting them pregnant.
If we fuck with a dude more than one man in their life, then by technicality,
wow.
It would.
Most bitches fuck more than one man in their life.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Now, in majority of these women, let's say if they're on the moral route, right? Let's say they made a mistake. 95% of them have a mentality. Why? Because America has programmed them to jump off from dick to dick to dick, which is a whore's mentality.
But like,
all women in America jump dick.
Hey, it's salute to the women that are faithful to their husbands and shit, but that you're far and few between.
But
you know what I mean?
So gun to the head.
Oh, they not. Most bitches in America don't cheat.
Gun to the head, what?
You're out of your fucking mind.
It's the ones.
You're fucking out of your mind, dude.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, hell no.
At least 60 to 70% will do.
He's okay,
but let me ask you this. Hold on. You gave a good stat. You said 60 to 70% of women cheat.
You gotta protect your seed if you're a real man.
Okay, now let me ask you
Not
this.
go money abroad and have a child with them.
Okay, hold on. Before you get to that, answer me this. What is the percentage of women that have been molested as a child? So then,
Salam alaikum.
what'd you say?
I'd say 20%.
What does an Arab say after you say assalam?
Probably higher than that. Yeah, we can sell that.
Oh, is that zero?
What is hold on. What is he said assalam.
Zero from 40 acres in the middle.
I think you just say it backwards. So you say it backwards.
You said 70%?
About 70. You said 70% of women have been raped.
It's really high,
bro. It's really high. No, it's not, bro. Listen to me.
30%.
I'm like, gun to the head. If I gave you 40 years in the mule, would you take it right now?
I would say one out of every 8 women have been molested.
Wait, would I take a what?
That's probably a fear.
Whoa,
The only thing we have to do is go off our anecdotal experiences, and the last.
No, that's a bad ratio.
I've met 6 women who've been sexually molested by their stepfather or cousin.
See, that's too
right.
much.
No, it's not. Because he said the people that he met in real life. Shut your fucking mouth and let him finish.
Oh, hell no.
That's it.
Oh, hell no.
That's it.
Oh, hell no.
Alright, now look, right?
Oh, hell no.
Now look, right? How many
who's the wrestler that says
bro, shut up and let me ask you a question. You want to keep saying,
oh, hell no.
This is why I don't like games.
No.
This is why I don't fuck with games.
Well, you know he's gay. I mean,
he is gay because he keeps saying that. That's how I know. He act like his mom.
Allegedly.
Motherfuckers act like they mom. I think they gay.
Oh, you don't know.
So, what I'm saying to the ground.
Man, the mom. I'm about to go ahead and get out this room, but the mom.
No, don't leave, bro. Don't leave, bro.
Yo, Daryl, are you from 40 Acres and a Mule? Where I met you at?
Boy, when you said that, I was thinking like Oklahoma City. No,
from the house.
I'm talking about the house, 40 acres and a mule on this hat, nigga. Not Oklahoma City.
I mean, that is.
Oh, hell no.
That's where you hang out at.
No, you was cause the other day you was fucking flaming on niggas, man. Sitting up there, motherfuckers, bitch ass niggas and shit.
Man, it's a Dallas, Texas. It's a Dallas, Texas thing, man. I didn't mean no harm.
You know, what do they say? What's one of the two things that come from Texas?
Hoes and weed.
No, the other thing. There's only two things that come from
Steers and queers.
Oh, steers and queers.
Oh damn, that guy got smoked.
Look, my whole point about that was, you know, because it's not no disrespect to any women and whatnot, but a lot of women have been programmed to follow the American way, and they don't understand. Like when you go into other countries and you see certain dictates of foreign drugs,
No alcohol. No cigarettes.
That's the reason why, like, people like in Iran and other places, they don't want to adopt the American culture because of the way these women, are acting and shit.
Cigarettes.
But it's really the men's fault because they're the ones that allow this whorish behavior to permeate America.
I can't hear what that guy talking over.
Yo, Rick, man, come on with this weirdo shit. You know, there's already or at least half the motherfuckers that have left, man.
But have you ever let Rick speak? That's right.
I don't hear him Rick and David, shut the fuck up, right? Right now, I can't say another room. Rick, how's it going, man?
Daryl, I'm confused. He left already because y'all some suckers.
Why do people say Obama did nothing for the black community? He built
Because he only helped gays, nigga. I told you that already.
He built a basketball court at the White House.
He's only half black, anyway.
Yeah, but he built a basketball court at the White House.
No, he's not half black. He's half African and Korean. We not Africans, motherfucker. Stop calling us that. We the real Americans.
Well, who did more for the black community? Obama or Jeff Horton?
You are something ass. You don't know nothing about American history for real. You're a cock-sucking fag. Faggots don't know nothing. Go to San Francisco. David, go to San Francisco and down with your car.
I go to San Francisco for work. I've been there many times.
To get molested.
No.
Sucked a lot of dick there. In your time, sucking dick.
For the record, I've never S&D'd, so I don't know what that's like. For the record.
Never S&D'd?
No, I never S&D'd, no.
Hey, Divinity, are y'all awake?
Yeah, they're just talking themselves.
Okay.
So y'all saying I can't talk shit to the gays without being thrown to the goo?
Oh, I didn't do that.
What are you gonna say about the gays? What are you gonna say?
The gays are the scourge of America, man.
Whoa.
That's why Obama was the worst president we ever had, because he gave you hard
Allegedly, Obama was gay.
The only reason you can marry the dick that you suck is because Obama became president. Before he was there, it was illegal to suck dick as a man.
I mean, okay, so...
I wanted to roll back.
Okay, so for the record, I was...
I want them to do the same thing they did with Roe versus Wade. Let the states decide if being gay here is okay. So we can expel you motherfuckers to San Francisco.
So I was, I'm still friends with friends in Washington, and it was no secret that,
one hour is completely disarm, destroy, and eliminate.
With all due respect to our former president,
they don't disarm peacefully.
it wasn't no secret that Barack Obama was doing things with people of the same sex.
Yeah, that's why he wanted to change the law so he can be gay freely.
Nothing wrong with that. There's one thing that's wrong with that, but
there's everything wrong with it. He's not a fucking man.
Is that just allegedly?
He likes to get treated like a...
It was allegedly, yes. I mean, but I had multiple friends
Excuse me, David, what's going on? Are you not drunk? I can actually coherently hear what you're saying. Did you run out of tequila?
Wow, that guy sounds
with
sick.
a man or something.
It's a well-known secret that our former president allegedly did things with other people from the same sex. Yes.
That ain't no fucking secret, man. What is? There's no reason for a man to support gays if he don't suck dick. Hello? Bush wasn't going for that shit. The men that don't suck dick don't give a fuck about gay rights. Only the men that suck dick want to further gay rights. Nigga, they're gay. Duh. He's a fag. He likes sucking dick.
Allegedly.
He has a woman. We've seen pictures of her dick when the wind blows against her dress. Okay? She had 2 kids, brother. She didn't have no fucking kids.
Are you talking about Michael
They
Obama?
had surrogates.
Is that Michael Obama you're talking about?
Yeah, Michael. AKA Michelle Obama. Obama's best friend became his wife. This bitch ain't had a child in her life. Then you talking about in vitro? So you mean to tell me you took 2 men's seed and put it in a bitch and made a baby? Get the fuck out of here.
Be careful.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch. You out of your fucking mind. You think I'm retarded?
I mean, for the record, I've never seen Michelle Obama pregnant, so I don't know.
Exactly. You never seen it, but they got these fucking phantom kids that don't really look like them. Nigga, they was not famous for their kids.
We spent 2 Secret Service agents to assist me. Nick, be careful. Get none of the guns to assist you. Aggressive or highly
When she was pregnant. You never. He might be gay, but Michelle. Nigga, when bitches get pregnant, they take hella pictures. You never seen a picture of this bitch pregnant. You ain't, and they, nigga, you know all our grandmas and aunties, nigga, got hella books. Nigga, mamas, we didn't see our mamas pregnant. You never seen.
I've never seen Michelle Obama pregnant. That's true.
That's what I'm saying. Fuck what he talking about. He retarded too. Her fucking auntie or her mama got a photo album with her fucking. No, they don't. That would have been put on the internet already.
Yeah, the more important question, would you want to see Michelle Obama pregnant?
Yes, did I know she has a vagina and a womb?
Oh, wow.
Pregnant.
Wow.
I would never want to see the predator pregnant.
She's an old bitch, so nigga, she ain't gonna see her pregnant. Nigga, she's a man. That's why you never seen her pregnant.
Well,
she got her tubes tied, nigga. No, she didn't have no tubes to tie. She got a dick that hangs like yours.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Y'all sound like the fucking tabloids. You defending this bitch? Not really, but Michelle ain't no man. She's a fucking Michael. That's a man. Just cause she running the white nigga. She looks just like this nigga. That's half America today. Nigga, that women is running the
Like, what is a woman?
A woman is a person with a motherfucking womb. Fallopian tubes, ovaries, goddamn, fucking, what's the outer lips of her pussy called? I forgot. The labia. This bitch don't have none of that. She has 2 balls and a dick.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I like how that nigga keeps saying allegedly. Allegedly. He's protecting me. He's my friend. I feel allegedly. But the reality is, I don't give a fuck. I'm telling the truth. Because the truth is the only thing that can set us free. The fucking truth. We got to stop lying to each other, man. Everybody running out of here that was running the room. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm talking real shit. All they want to talk is fuck shit. But the reality is, the Obamas
You're talking about my penis on here, and just now that my penis is small, and all the rest of this stuff, and you're sitting there, a famous guy for let's just say a while. I wasn't going to raise the fact that you got kosher dildos and butt plugs. I would ask you where you are now, and then you tell me, you have a butt plug right now? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Buttplug.
Mike, is that really what's on your mind?
You're the one on TV talking about my penis to 5 million.
And I didn't talk about our baby. I was saying the moment you start focusing on other people's goals, then you make yourself fair game, Alex Jones. Now,
I love watching those social pedophiles.
well, I told you I'm giving those to you for free because you seem to really need it. So that's a gift. You don't have to play that.
You help me fit my butt plug?
Whatever floats your boat, Alex Jones, it seems that you're jealous of my sex life. People like you and Ken Jones are obsessed with Jewish sex. Where are you bottom butt plugs with book kosher sex, which I could not be more proud of. Alex, maybe you're having terrible sex. Maybe you are just, I don't know, maybe one second, maybe you're really repressed.
the other guy.
Maybe you just don't know what the hell you're doing, and maybe if you read my book and were less repressed, you would hate people less. Maybe you'd have more joy in your life, maybe you'd have more celebration in your life. But I've seen so...
It's his nephew or something.
You just said...
He was a senator from Massachusetts for a long time. Today, he killed a woman and he's
tomorrow is much more difficult. Day after tomorrow, most people die tomorrow.
Allegedly killed a woman, or he killed her?
No, he's convicted.
No one has asked me to send federal troops into the city to make it safe. It has never come up. It never came up during the campaign. It's never come up in the report.
On a fat Kennedy, he would have to kill him.
Yeah, he was a fat Kennedy, yeah.
Fat men always gotta kill they bitches.
Well, he drove off a bridge and he was convicted of manslaughter and he was still
You jump a bridge, bro?
Yeah, dude, that's the thing. They made a movie about it. It's called Quinnipiac, I think it's called, the movie.
I need to look this shit up. Send me a link to that shit.
Yeah, he was a bad guy. He's no bueno.
I want to see this video, this documentary of him killing his bitch.
Yeah, I was surprised, like, when they actually, I think it was Netflix or Max or whatever, and I was...
Okay, I have commandeered this room. I can't stand listening to David Bobadilla anymore. He is most definitely a retarded individual. If I had a son like him, I would actually consider abortion. And I don't believe in abortion, but I think David is such a waste of space. And I think it's tragic that people think he's Jewish, because honestly, there's no retard quite like David Bobadilla. David Bobadilla is a special retard. And the fact that, he works for his family's toy business is, not unsurprising, because he would be incapable of actually achieving employment outside of a family-run business. No one would hire him. Not a pizza shop, not a Subway franchise, not a Chipotle. No one could possibly hire that young man. He is full retard. And as you know, they say never go full retard. The fact that he was even able to make coherent sentences tonight was a miracle. Clearly, his therapy is working, and he's got his head out of the bottle. But as you can tell, nothing intelligent comes out of his mouth, nothing of any substance. Occasionally, he'll say he's taking a client to a hockey game, but that's about it. David says nothing informative, nothing persuasive, nothing intelligent. He is what you could call a complete and total waste of space. I would call that a Democrat. David Bobadilla is most definitely a Democrat. His family supports Democrat candidates in New Jersey. And perfectly, basically, a woman can't respect David. No woman, unless she was a complete and total liberal, which obviously there are tons of them. And they'd be happy to have David's money, I'm sure. But he would be a sexually incompatible mate because he is completely retarded. And as you know, he gets a lot of grace here, but everything he says is completely stupid. It's always like these little like moanings and groanings, whatever. Whoa! Hey! If you mention something about gay people, David Bobadilla is what's wrong with this country. I'm sorry. And there's a lot of actually, David is kind of unique. I've never really met a retard like David, not because he has money, but because everyone is just unique at the end of the day. And, it's not that I don't want David to have a great life. I don't want to listen to him. So that's why I decided that when I realized I was a mod, I kicked everyone from the stage, because no one deserves that much talk time or dopamine. And see, this is the problem. People are here talking just to talk. And it wouldn't matter what the topic is. It wouldn't matter. People just want to talk. And you got to be really careful about that because your time is valuable. And if people are willing to talk about anything just for the sake of talking, well, clearly we have no objectives anymore, no purpose, no goals. And that's dangerous because that means brain rot is setting in and brain rot is real. And so I hope you can understand why I unfortunately had to kick everyone to the goo to help explain the problem with people like David Bobadilla. But again, it's not people like David Bobadilla. David is a unique and special retard, unlike any other retard. But there's a lot of retards out there. David just happens to be a big embarrassment. You know, if he was Jewish, I think he would be excommunicated. And I'm not even Jewish. My mother's gorgeous. I'm just saying that David Bobadilla gets a lot of grace for whatever reason, maybe because he has money and he has season tickets and he can invite you to Madison Square Garden at his parents' expense. Because clearly David never started a business. David's never probably worked a job. And his parents have set him up because they would feel bad if he ended up in a homeless shelter. Because they know that's where he would be without their support. Sad and tragic, right? Because he's a hardcore alcoholic. David drinks a ton of tequila. But tonight, he must have seen his therapist or something this morning, and it saved him from the downward. Or maybe he was just recovering. That's probably what it is, because I think last night he was shit-faced. Anyways, Raz, welcome back to the stage. That's it. I don't really have anything here planned. I'm really ready to go to bed. I don't, well, I guess it's too bad because I'm actually live streaming this room. Oh, no, I'm not live streaming this room. That's good. I have the World Affairs Forum going on, recording the 50-something day of Amir sitting in his apartment in Los Angeles hustling cars on Toro, while the glorious and brave IDF soldiers fight Islamic terrorist radicals in the south of Lebanon, and America fights the Islamic Shia terrorists in Iran at the Strait. I don't understand, like, in a boat in the Strait, I saw them shooting a machine gun at a boat from a distance, and they said that was like an attack. I was like, that's a pretty weak attack. I mean, I don't even think those bullets are going to penetrate, the shipping containers. But I also saw a U.S. battleship shooting on an Iranian cargo ship with what appeared to be like, large bullets, but not a rocket, not a not like a cannon from a battleship type of thing. It was more like a 50 caliber, maybe larger. Anyways, I didn't understand. It was so far away. They said they were going to try to hit the engine compartment. I'm like, how the fuck are you going to hit the engine compartment? Like, you're just like shooting at a dot in the distance. So, anyways, God bless Donald Trump. God bless America. God bless the troops. And I'm not opposed to sending 200,000 soldiers into Iran and teaching these completely delusional Muslims a lesson that they'll never forget. And let's find out just how much their jihad and just how much the Ummah will come to the rescue, because I don't buy it. These people are completely irrational, totally delusional, sycophantic liars that believe in anything, or they project everything. So anyways, that's it. I release you all now back to the bosom of yourselves, which is the true self, which is you. Guys like Rayabia that like to come in here and talk all their shit while they're living in, a rent-subsidized studio, sharing a bathroom with 15 other men on a floor at the YMCA. I've been there. I've done that with the bed bugs. It's not pleasant. I didn't want to stick around for long. Luckily, I started dating a beautiful Israeli chick. And she didn't care that I was living in a single room occupancy. She just didn't care. That was the most amazing thing to me was I was getting laid by the hottest chicks of my life while living in the worst apartment of my life. Explain that to me. I think only God can explain that one, because that's a course in miracles right there, that even in your worst times, you will meet the most beautiful people in your life. But now that I'm very well-to-do and financially secure, happy, healthy, and got staying power and totally tax exempt. I'm just trying to say that at the end of the day, if you don't read books, you'll end up listening to morons like David Bobadilla and Rayabia and other morons like Anne talk endlessly about the Jews because they have nothing in their lives of any value. And clearly Jews are of high value, and so that's why they're talking about Jews all the time, because they've got no real values. They've got nothing valuable in their lives that they're interested in, nothing that they want to talk about. It's always, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu. Yahoo! That's Benjamin Netanyahu. Yahoo! All right, well, I'm going to hit the leave button. That will self-destruct this recording. And I suggest everyone don't go to a new room. Don't scan the hallway. Just close the app. Put on some music on YouTube. And just forget about the app. And then actually go to the app on your home screen and just delete it. Click uninstall, drag it up to the garbage, and just say goodbye. You know what? I don't need this stupid app. It's a waste of time. Think about, the movie Network when he opens up his window and he's screaming out the window, I'm mad as hell! And I'm not going to take it anymore! And just turn your TV off. That's right. Just delete the app. Tomorrow morning you'll be free. You won't have to wake up with Patty and First Lady screaming, this motherfucker! Donald John Trump, this racist motherfucker. Oh, hey, Mike Allen. Yep. Just quick in and out. He came in for a handoff. He looked like he was a football player. Anyways, my live stream has been going for over 13 and a half hours today. We recorded a full suite of R words. No R word went undetected. We are proud, as always, to bring you the latest in R word conversations here on the app. Some of the dumbest people in the world that you've ever had the displeasure of meeting, who believe 100% in their lies, delusions, and scams. Islam is a scam. We have to admit it. Muhammad was an incredible comedian. He created the longest running and most evil joke ever created in mankind. And, people, 1 billion plus people in this world today are living underneath the lies and the spells of the mystic known as Muhammad. A mystic pedophile warlord who had, absolutely nothing good going on. He was just a vicious son of a bitch who committed plagiarism, copyright infringement, intellectual property theft, and then he went on a murderous, bloody rampage. And if you doubt what I'm saying, because actually, every religion deals with a major law. So the Mohammedan religion is actually the Mohammedan laws, just like there are Napoleonic laws, just like there are Christian laws or Jewish laws. Every great lawgiver from Moses all the way up to Muhammad are all dealing with laws, protocols of court-type decision-making. So, at the end of the day, never submit yourselves to the law courts of a Muslim or an Islamic person, because they go by the word of Allah or the word of Muhammad. And Sharia law is not, very pleasant, especially to the non-Muslim. If you ever find yourself in an Islamic court, be sure to convert to Islam before you go to court. Just saying, you fuck around, you're gonna find out. So be sure before you get into that Islamic court, you convert the day before, and things will go much smoother for you. Welcome, Achik, to the room. So sorry to hear about your leg, but boy, even though your leg... Oh! Achek knew he wasn't going to get his dopamine here, so he quickly left. Achek is all about that dopamine. Horrible, terrible, awful people. Anyways, I saw a video today. This is something I learned about Achek. Don't believe Achek. You know why? Because South Sudan is one of the most corrupt countries in the entire planet. And guess where? Achek, you're back. I was listening to an interview with the president of South Sudan, and he was saying that his country is one of the most corrupt countries on the planet. I was wondering if you could comment, Acek, and tell us about the corruption in South Sudan. No, Acek, you don't want to come up? You're afraid that you're not going to get the dopamine you're looking for? That's okay. I'll just go to YouTube and play the video for you, talking about the corruption in your country and how evil they are in South Sudan. The murders, the blackmails, the robberies. Here, let me show you. South Sudan corruption. I'm not saying it's any better or worse than Chicago, where I live. Oh, this is George Clooney 9 years ago talking about South Sudan. Fucking George Clooney, doctor from whatever that stupid show was that I watched when I was a kid.
As the world's newest nation, but it faces an age-old problem: massive corruption. The country's leaders and warlords are battling over South Sudan's wealth, while millions of its people are caught in the crossfire. George Clooney
Is this when you got shot, Acek?
John Prendergast are leading an effort to stop it. And this week, we talked with them. The president and the ousted vice president are engaged in massive corruption.
Ooh, you hear that, Acek?
Leads to violence and rape and starvation. And that, I think, is a pretty amazing thing to be able to come forward with. 2 years ago, Clooney and Prendergast put together an investigative team trying to unravel how South Sudan's leaders are looting its wealth. To understand what's going on, you need to
Oh, welcome, Bima.
the country.
Bima, would you like to co-host Divided We Fall? By the way, this house is private, and you can't actually find this house in the hallway, unfortunately, because I was going to record it with in my recording studio. But whoever, it's probably Anne. Anne is so incompetent. Anne hasn't worked in years. She got a job offer, but they already shut down the company before her first day. Welcome, David Bobadilla, back to the room. Feel free to raise your hand if you want to come up. Maybe you're just here for the show. But that's okay, whatever you want to do. Let me change the room title. We're going to call it Chicago Mayor Vote.com. And I don't know if anybody knows this, but I'm running for the mayoralship of Chicago. And I am calling for the arrest of Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Chicago Teacher Union leadership to be all arrested under RICO. RICO is racketeering and corruption. That's exactly what they do. It's all racketing, it's all racketeering, it's all corruption, and I believe that I can actually bring criminal charges against the corrupt leadership in Chicago, which are just a bunch of parasites. And then we'll move in and crush the gangs, just like they did in, what is it, Nicaragua or El Salvador? El Salvador, with our good Bukele, great friend to America, Bukele. Because technically, Chicago and all these major cities have huge gangs, and I just saw a video of all these YNs with, AK-47s, M16A4s standing in the street throwing their signs. And so we're going to crush them. If they don't disarm, turn in all their weapons, we will send the police and the Army National Guard to wipe them out completely if they don't disarm. But before we wipe them out, we are going to suspend all funding for illegal aliens living in shelters, receiving monthly food, stipends, cash assistance, rent assistance, completely done. We'll save over $2 billion a year immediately here in Chicago. They're gone. Army National Guard, Border Patrol, they're gone. 20,000 Venezuelans living in Chicago, gone. Within 2 weeks, out of here. Bye-bye. Back to Venezuela. Adios, amigos. Yeah, I'm running for mayor now. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now. People were talking about my AI videos. A lot of people were saying that they're schizophrenic AI slop. But all those people have LGBT LGBTQ and communist resistance flags, so they don't count. Are hilarious. Like, for example, I had an AI video of me as a doctor providing vaccination to post-abortion female minorities. That's the kind of integrative medicine and social advancement that I'm advocating for. I know it sounds radical, but that's actually what's happening. Oy vey, such a complicated life. I'm glad I'm 43. I would hate to be 23 walking into this life, observing things as they are right now, because prior to 9/11, things in America were actually great. I think 9/11 is what fucked everything up. I think George Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld fucked us in the ass. Fucked us. We should have sent in commandos, special forces, tactical nuked them, and just pulled out within 3 weeks. A 3-week war, that's it. And then we could have saved ourselves $40 billion, you know? The country was only like $2 or $5 trillion in debt at the time. We've multiplied our debt tenfold. That can't go down well in the future, right? Somebody's messaging me on YouTube here. Oh. Well, we've got 2 Anons in the room, so that means we're contributing $10 a month to Clubhouse. I want to thank the Anons for being anal. Without your anal proclivities, this app wouldn't turn a fucking penny. I mean, I know they sell all the data to the government, but you know, we're talking about actual consumer transactions, which is the basis of the economy, not government spending. Government spending is taxation. That's theft. All taxation is theft. Every good American knows that. Bima, do you want to come up here and do an ASMR with me? We can read the Tao Te Ching. It'll put us to sleep. Everybody will get turned on by your sexy voice and your 300-pound frame. Because nobody with an ASMR voice as good as yours can do it on an 80, 90-pound frame. You got to have a big frame, big body, like an opera singer. Ooh, how dare you call me fat? I'm not fat. My bones are fake. I am a big woman. I'm not fat. I'm a power lifter. Did you like that? Did you like that, Bima? No. That was my opera contribution. If you'd like, I could sing an opera song about begonias. Oh, my holy begonia, I water you once a week and put you in the sun, my beautiful begonias. Why won't more people like begonias? I love my begonias. My beautiful... Oh, Bima, welcome to the show. You ready to do an ASMR hypnosis? Hello? Okay, repeat... Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I gotta drink some water because all that garlic pizza I had is pretty salty.
Garlic pizza.
Larry, could you tell my mom to stop saying after every time she drinks? It's so annoying. Okay, repeat after me, Bima. This comes from the Book of Love. Sex. This is where you repeat. Sex.
I don't like that one. Start over.
Well, that's the first word in the sentence. In the beginning. Love is sexuality.
Love is sexuality.
You need to learn to give yourself.
No.
to this most simple of the games of love. This is what the Oracle invites: failure. Every passion exhausts itself. Hello? You're supposed to repeat after me, Bima. This is the name of the game. It's called Repeat Show. It's part of the Gong Show. But you don't know how to repeat what I say after I say it.
I feel like I don't like this game.
Oh well, do you want to just want me to post the link and then you can just read something to us?
About begonias?
Yeah, it's about mystical flowers.
I had a rough night.
Oh, what happened?
I would love to never tell you. So you can then go in every room and remind me of this night.
Well, just give us a summary. You don't have to get into specifics.
Well, life choices make you feel certain ways, and then you get to feel them. That's the whole story.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that life can be boiled down.
What did he used to say? And that's the story. That's the whole story. Or that's
Yeah.
What's his name? How's it go?
Art Bell, is that who you're talking about?
No, the other guy.
Oh, I know. I don't know what that guy's name is, but yeah, he said, and that's the whole story.
Yeah, that one.
But anyways, I put the link in the chat to the Rose poem, La Gitana. Maybe that'll help ease your mind over life decisions. Life is all about cause and effect. Like, for example, I ate half of a garlic cheese pizza tonight. That was the cause of tomorrow morning's 8 a.m. effect of taking the Cosby kids to the beach.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard that before.
Ever since Boogergate, you liberated me with Boogergate because there were all these other gates you didn't know about, like Shitgate, Cumgate, Nakedgate. Oh, I've been involved in many different gates. Boogergate was just the tip of the gate iceberg. Below Boogergate were at least 10 other gates you missed out on, so the joke's on you. Boogergate is the least of my gate crimes. Uh-oh, Beaver's here. Your partner in crime.
He's come get me. He's come to rescue me.
Your prince has arrived to save you from the castle of despair, the tower of dread. Link is in the chat, Bima, if you want to read it. But sorry your boyfriend is disappointing you. Did he not show up for his Sunday night kungalinas?
Horrible. Oh. Okay, thank you. I got the link. Here we go. Bluebird. There's a bluebird in my heart that wants to get out, but I'm too tough for him. I say, stay in there. I'm not going to let anybody see you. There's a bluebird in my heart that wants to get out, but I pour whiskey on him and inhale cigarette smoke, and the whores and the bartenders and the grocery clerks never know that he's in there. There's a bluebird in my heart that wants to get out, but I'm too tough for him. I say, stay down. Do you want to mess me up? You want to screw up the works? You want to blow my book sales in Europe? There's a bluebird in my heart that wants to get out, but I'm too clever. I only let him out At night sometimes, when everybody's asleep, I say, I know that you're there, so don't be sad. Then I put him back, but he's singing a little in there. I haven't quite let him die, and we sleep together like that, with our secret pact. And it's nice enough to make a man weep, but I don't weep. Do you? That's from the one and only, the most spectacular old buck.
Okay, everybody, welcome. Invite your friends. This is Late Night ASMR with an unhappy Bima, who's generally always so happy. But tonight, something horrible has happened because of life choices. Cause and effect is what they call it. Cause and effect. That damn formula. Can't get around it, can you? Cause and effect. What was the cause of this effect? I don't know. It was my choice. It was my life choices that caused this effect. Luckily,
There is somebody else to save us, luckily. And that would be Neruda, talking about love. Love. Because of you, in gardens of blossoming flowers, I ache from the perfumes of spring. I've forgotten your face. I no longer remember your hands. How did your lips feel on mine? Flowers, I ache because of you from the perfume. I love the white statues drowsing in the parks, the white statues that have neither voice nor sight. I've forgotten your voice, your happy voice. I've forgotten your eyes. Like a flower to its perfume, I'm bound to my vague memory of you. I live with pain. It's like a wound. If you touch me, you will make to me irreparable harm. Your caresses enfold me like climbing vines on melancholy walls. I have forgotten your love, yet I seem to glimpse you in every window. Because of you, the heady perfumes of summer pain me. Because of you, I again seek out the signs that precipitate desires. Shooting stars, falling objects. Shooting star. Neruda likes you, Alistair.
What?
Neruda likes you. Calm. I like you calm. As if you were absent. I like you calm. As if you were absent. And you hear me far off, and my voice does not touch you. It seems that your eyelids have taken to flying. It seems that a kiss has sealed up your mouth. Since all these things are filled with my spirit, you come from things filled with my spirit. You appear as my soul, as the butterflies dreaming, and you appear as sadness's word. I like you calm, as if you were distant. You are a moaning, a butterfly's cooing. You hear me far off. My voice does not reach you. Let me be calmed then, calmed by your silence. Alistair, let me commune then, commune with your silence, clear as a light and pure as a ring. You are like night, calmed, constellated. Your silence is star-like, as distant as true. I like you calm, as if you were absent, distant and saddened, as if you were dead. Calmed. One word at the moment, I smile. Is sufficient. And I thrill then, I thrill, that it cannot be so. Vente poemas de amor. I like you calm as if you were absent, and you hear me far off and my voice does not touch you. And I thrill. Then I thrill that it cannot be so. Poema.
Okay, as you've been reading these, I've been recording love tarot cards and flicking through the deck on YouTube. These don't get views, well, then the algorithm is completely woke and it's impossible to make a living on the internet unless you're a black female, obviously. Or gay. So, this is our final experiment. If it doesn't work, tomorrow morning I will become a gay black woman. There is no other choice in this economy. Tough times call for drastic measures. Tomorrow I may transform into my final form, a gay black female. It will be a bold choice to take on that persona and character, but I just hope African Americans are as welcoming as they claim they are. They won't put me out as a gay black female. It's taken 43 years to become trans. The economy. All this inflation, war. I have no choice but to become my final form. A gay black female. I think I shall call myself Tamika, because that was the last black female manager I had that sexually harassed me in the federal government. When she called me a whore at lunch, as she stuffed her face on salami and turkey, provolone, extra jalapenos at Potbelly's sandwich shop. Didn't want to be gay, didn't want to be black, didn't want to be female. But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who I also have a lawsuit out against for $200,000, left me no choice. Trump said he was going to do away with DEI, but not before it impacted me. When my black female obese manager called me her whore. Just imagine if I said that to a black female at lunch and I called her my whore. Will I have a job by 3 p.m.? Probably not. But in today's upside down society where you can be anything you want to be, tomorrow morning I make the most difficult decision of my life. Tomorrow I enter into a new quantum paradigm. I shall become Tamika, a gay black female destined to be obese. I will eat ribs and chicken every night, and I will eat ice cream from McDonald's when the machine works. And I will grow in size exponentially day by day, fulfilling my economic and physical opportunity in this complicated world of diversity. But before I do that, Bhima, let me cleanse your chakras. Chakras. Do you know how many chakras there are, Bhima?
I want to say there are 8. Are there 7 or 8?
7.
7, okay. Why did I... Okay. 7.
They're energy centers, the center of energy. There are 7 chakras. They are wheels of energy. Wheels. Transformers. Ooh, trans. Transformers and doorways of subtle vital forces called prana. Chakras originate outside of the body as gates in a second attention system, like the 5 senses. The brain senses the different frequencies of light as colors. Chakras sense and distribute prana, energy, to the physical body as different emotions, sensations, and thoughts. You know, there are 5 senses, Bima, but do you know what the 3 additional senses are that psychologists or scientists have detected in the human body? I was reading about them the other day. It's kind of interesting.
Would one be intuition?
Probably, but let me confirm what they are. One of them was like the ability to know. Yeah, okay, so what is it? The vestibular system aids balance and keeps eyes focused when moving. It's called the vestibular system. Then there's something called the proprioception. Proprioception aids in coordination and helps individuals understand their position in space. So that's why when you get on a treadmill, you can actually run on a treadmill. But you don't run on treadmills, I'm sure. Next word is interoception. Is key for managing emotions and maintaining physiological balance. So vestibular, proprioception, and interoception, which is key for managing emotions. So what we've learned here is that many people on this app lack interoception, which is key for managing emotions and maintaining physiological balance. The more you know. Sight, sound, touch, smell, taste, plus 3 hidden internal senses, the vestibular, which is balance, proprioception, which is body awareness, and interoception, which is internal sensations. Kind of interesting to think about that. Those are like subconscious, you know. So, your first chakra that we're going to cleanse is your spiritual body, which is your crown, which is violet. And in Sanskrit, it's known as Saha Sarara. Saha Sarara. Symbols are chakra lotus petals indicate the vibration, frequency rate, and the color of energy fields. So first we have your spiritual body. Then we get to your mental body, which is your brain, or your brow, which is known as Ajna. Ajna. So the first step in cleansing your chakra is to say the magic word. So repeat after me. Saha Sahasrara. Sahasrara. Go ahead, say it. Sahasrara. And think about your violet crown chakra.
I don't know. I think that you should cleanse my chakras.
What are you, a Christian now?
I just don't think that you should cleanse my chakras.
Oh, you want to do it yourself? Okay, well we can move on. But this was some of the interesting parts that The planet crown, which is above your head, is Uranus, and then below that is your brow, which is Jupiter, and then your throat, which is Mercury. And why do you think the throat chakra is Mercury?
You got me.
Because Mercury is the god of communication, and your throat deals with communication. Next, we have your heart, which is
I was gonna say because that's usually, Mercury, throat.
Mhm.
That's where the dentist put the mercury in the fillings, and it leaks into your throat.
Ew.
Causes metabolic dysfunction, cancer, and a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, if you have mercury fillings, I suggest you get them removed.
No, my doctor's Jewish. Believe me, this guy's the best. He took out that old filling, put in one of those, cat crop or the filling with the what do they call those things?
Out your mercury fillings.
Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful.
He remembered it.
Well,
He knew when he saw it, he knew his handiwork. So which planet do you think deals with the heart?
I would say that would be the Adam's planet, who's come to take second shift.
No, it's Venus. Venus.
No, I'm going to bed.
I shall
It's
see.
all you, Bima. We love you, Bima.
Here we go, Adams. It's all you.
They've all left. Well, since Donald Trump is our orange president, the sacral, or the Svadhisthana, is Donald Trump, which is the moon. And the main issue is sexuality. The goal or the function is desire and emotions. Foods, like liquid. The gland is the gonads. The body part is the abdomen. The symbol is the orange triangle, or water. The sense sound is taste, ooh, and the gemstone is coral. Donald Trump's angel is Gabriel. The quieting stone is a quartz. The fragrance is a rose. Ooh, and the incense is saffron. No wonder why Donald Trump is so, inspired by Iran. It's his chakra. The stimulating force is the carnelian. The stone is dragon blood. I think we figured out why Donald Trump is so orange. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Adams invited me to Newport Beach, and he's like, I just want to invite you to Newport Beach. Out of all the people on Clubhouse, I'd like to invite you. I think you're so interesting, and I want you to meet all my Republican friends in Newport Beach. That's what he told me yesterday, and I was like, Jesus Christ, after all the times he called the FBI and the police on me, and, now you want to be my best friend so I can meet all your Republican friends. Isn't it funny how life works out like that? That your biggest haters, they secretly love you, and they're gay, and want to,